Good evening. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. And I want to thank you for your patience. We're starting this meeting a little bit later. We had a closed session that went longer than we had anticipated. So roll call, Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Present.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Watanabe. Here. Councilmember Shahal.
Here.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. May I read the AB?
Yes.
Thank you. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of Behavioral Standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation.
Thank you. So our first item on the agenda is discussion and council direction on assigned responsibilities of City Council appointed City Auditor. Welcome, City Auditor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. It's been a while. I'm Lynn Lamb, City Auditor. I'm happy to be here tonight to discuss the responsibilities of the City Auditor function. Let's go ahead and get started with the agenda. For tonight, I would actually be providing an overview of the roles and responsibilities of the City Auditor, an assessment of the city's risk environment, the different types of service model types, along with options for the internal audit function for the council to consider. The City Auditor's Office mission is to promote honest, efficient, effective, and fully accountable city government through accurate, independent, and objective audits. We want to establish an internal audit presence for the city, perform more performance audits, and promote greater accountability. Our office is responsible for auditing and approving all bills, performing financials, operationals, and performance audits, as well as managing, coordinating, and monitoring audits performed under contracts. We do provide ad hoc audit work for the council and management. We also provide audit status reports on the work plan to the council. Lastly, we are responsible for tracking all audit recommendations and providing annual audit recommendation status update to the council. Now, this one last item here that I do want to point out, it's very critical in any of the internal audit functions that you may have, is whether we were to go with an outsourced model, an in-house model, or a hybrid model. We need to make sure that we need to have someone held accountable to start tracking any and all of the audit recommendations. What I see when I first came into the city is oftentimes we do have a lot of audits. When we just file them, but there's recommendations, but we don't track them like the Measure J audit. So this is one, if there's any recommendation, this is the one recommendation that I would have for the council to consider. Make sure we implement this line item into any audit functions that we're gonna have. This next slide here is pretty much my risk assessment of the city's current environment. Some of you may know that this is actually the same slide that I have a year ago. It's because my position hasn't changed. This is a very high-risk environment. The city tends to have a lot of procedures without a pre-audit perspective. There is an absence of an independent review and recommendations on site, so a lot of times I see employees struggle with that, and we tend to just follow what was done in the prior year. But we don't look at, is it efficient, and is this really an allowable charges or anything like that? So the next question that I have is the city audit ready like other nearby agencies? I would say right now, we may not be, but eventually we'll get there. This is because internal audit is still a very new concept to the city. Some city functions are not completed with pre-audit processes in place. We do require additional time to reintroduce the whole function to employees again. This is mainly because if you look at past practice, we didn't really enforce any pre-audit policies or procedures in place. Now, currently, we have completed the audit foundation work. We are ready to continue the audit functions and advance the audit work plan. However, we would like to get council directions in terms of the different service model types in internal audit before we actually move on with that piece. In terms of service model types, here are the two questions that we need to consider. First is, what delivery model is best suited for the city? Do we want an in-house auditors where all audit projects are performed by in-house staff? Do we want to completely outsource that piece, or do we want to co-source that work? Now, what co-sourcing is a very new concept to the government sector. It's more practice in the private sector, and that's where I came from. What that is, it's basically you share the audit responsibility and work with the outside consultant on a project. So the whole purpose is for them to come up with the audit procedures, and then your own internal audit staff will become their staff to do the work and bring down the billable hours. So at the same time, you kind of utilize you gain the expertise, and then you have cost savings along with it as well. Here is actually a really nice flow chart of when you want to consider whether you want to outsource, co-source, or do an in-house service model. So I just want to kind of share that with the council so you can kind of see if you were to have questions in your decision on where to go. It's a really nice flow chart to look at. So currently for the city, I've actually set up a hybrid structure. So this is actually a combination of outsourcing and co-sourcing. So for our office, we would actually outsource most of the audit work, but for anything, if we actually have staff and the capacity to do some of the work to bring down the billable hours, then we'll co-source that project with the consultants for that piece. Now, this particular model is necessary to preserve the independence required in the internal audit function due to the current reporting structure. It allows for the city internal audit staff to be on site to provide continuous training and reinforcement of the policies and procedures. And lastly, it provides continuous review, oversight, and report of the status audit recommendations to the council. And I think the last item is actually very important, so we always have to keep in mind, whichever model we go with, we need to actually keep that. Like I mentioned earlier, co-source is a model where you actually share the audit work responsibilities with the consultant. It's similar to an outsourcing model. You will get your cost savings, you will have you gaining expertise, and it's a very common practice in the private sector. You don't see a lot of it in the government sector, but it's pretty common in the private sector. And here's actually an example of a co-source model and costing that I did. The master vendor audit project is one of the projects that I have in my audit work plan. Originally, I had actually projected the project to come in about 800 hours or so at $132,000. Now, when we actually went out and tried to outsource this project, it came back with 1,400 hours at $265,000. And that's when I thought of, hey, you know what? Why don't we just kind of follow the structure of how we used to do it in the private sector, where we actually co-source the audit, where internal audit staff can actually reduce the billable hours by 600 hours. And then, in essence, we can actually close out the project with a co-source model at 800 hours, $152,000 with a cost savings of $114,000 that we can actually use for other projects. So that's just an example, if you wanted to look at costing, where we're at and everything else. In terms of the rate comparison, this is a really nice slide that you can see from a low range to a high range perspective how the consultants are charging us with a blended rate, and how does that compare to a fully blended rate for our own internal audit staff. Now here, what you see is the list of the pros for the 3 different service models that I have. If you look at the in-house model and the hybrid model, both of this model actually provides an on-site internal audit presence and a subject matter expertise, so that's very important. And they do provide continuous review and oversight of audit recommendations to the council. In terms of the outsource model, what we would get is a gaining of expertise along with cost savings that you will see. But of course, some of that could be mitigated with the co-source model, with the hybrid model when we co-source it as well. And here's a list of all the cons for the service model. If you look into the in-house model, there's limited expertise because now everything's done in-house. There's longer implementation period because you have to actually make sure you follow the professional auditing standards, along with you have the fixed ongoing staff costs. So you always have to think about, okay, what's the next project in line, or else the city is just gonna absorb all of the fixed standing costs. With an outsourced model, the one thing that we need to consider is there will be a lack of an in-house audit subject matter expert. There will be a lack of a continuous review and oversight over audit recommendations. Of course, for that piece, it could be mitigated if we do go under that route. We just have to kind of decide on the governance structure on that side. So when you look at the cons, both the outsourced and the hybrid model does have its disadvantages. Both of the model actually place a lot of reliance on the consultant's availability and their cost projection. So all of your audit projects is based on whether or not the consultant will have the time to even do the work. So you have to work your project around their timeline. One of the projects that actually came into my mind with this piece is the Stadium Authority's construction fund audit. So I've been in contract with our consultant for over a year to do this project, but because we have other priorities for the Stadium Authority, that there's the procurement audit, there's the next system audit, there's the non-NFL events audit that's going on, that it gets pushed back. So we just had our first kickoff meeting for the construction fund audit this week. So that's just an example of when you have to place your project around the consultant's timeline. In terms of staffing and governance structure, these are the things that the council needs to consider with the 3 different models that they have. Under the in-house model, you would need 5 FTE in audits and 1 FTE in operations to do the day-to-day charter work. The city auditor's office will be responsible for all audit work, so everything will be done in-house. The city auditor will be responsible for reporting and monitoring and reports to the council with any audit findings. With the outsourced model, we will still need 1 FTE in operations for the charter work. All of the work will be actually outsourced to the consultant. The 2 biggest items that the council will need to decide here is who will be responsible for managing the consultants, and who would be responsible for monitoring and reporting the audit findings back to the council. Does the council want to defer that to the audit committee member or reassign that task to another individual? But of course, that's something that if we do go down that route, it'll be another discussion that we need to have with the council. And with the hybrid model, you would have 2 FTE in audit, 1 FTE in operations. All of the audit work would be either co-sourced or outsourced. The city auditors will be responsible for reporting all audit findings back to the council. And here is actually a really nice regional benchmarking that I actually got from the city of Palo Alto. So as recent as in late 2019, the city of Palo Alto actually outsourced Kevin Harper CPAs and Associates to do the survey, and we actually participated in that too. So if you can see in terms of our annual expenses, number of FTE, the annual budgets, along with the FTE, and then the average number of audits completed throughout the year, we're very comparable to other agencies, but then we were able to really bring our costs down compared to other agencies and the number of FTE as well. So technically, we are averaging about 1.5 audits per FTE, if you look at it. So lastly, we do want to go over 3 options for the council. Option number 1 will be to maintain the current hybrid model. All audit work will either be outsourced or co-sourced. This will reduce any times or cost overruns with potential projects with the consultant. The city auditor will be the main contact between the consultants and the council. Option number 2 is we could build an in-house internal audit functions. This will be a full-service in-house audit functions. All audit projects will be provided by in-house staff. We would have to increase the number of FTE by 3 just to kind of accommodate that piece. The consultant services will be limited to just the annual financial statements audits under this model. And lastly, a revision to the current ordinance may be necessary to establish the council-appointed city auditor, and his or her staff are independent from the rest of the city staff that they audit. Option number 3 would be assigning certain duties to the contracted employees, which is technically we're outsourcing the whole entire audit work to it. So the council could consider reducing the duties of the city auditor to just auditing and approving payments and outsource the remaining internal audit function to the consultant. So with that, staff will have to return with a study session to discuss the roles, duties, and qualifications of the outside professional services for the internal audit functions if we were to go that route. With that said, staff does not have any recommendations. Like I said, the only recommendations that I have is just to make sure that we do our continuous monitoring, tracking of audit findings. We do have 4 alternatives for the council to consider. Number 1 is direct staff to build a traditional in-house internal audit function. 2 is direct staff to outsource the internal audit function and return to council with the study sessions on the function. 3 is to take no action and maintain the hybrid model. 4 is any other actions as determined by the council. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you, Lynn, and I see you didn't make a recommendation, but I felt like you did with your report, make a recommendation, but okay, which I may agree with you. So, Vice Mayor Hardy.
Thank you. I feel much better. I even made a note to myself. This is not my strong suit, being an engineer, but I like the hybrid model best, and that was even before seeing your report. I also was really interested to notice that you had put the fraud or waste reporting for all city employees in there, and I was really happy to see that. Thank you. I will say that I think maintaining what we have done makes more sense.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, there's one, all right. Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the report, Lynn. Very interesting, and I've had interactions with, audit functions in all my various boards and public offices, but also when I worked for Hewlett-Packard, and I saw at a time when they had a very strong internal audit function, and that's where I learned a lot about how you write an audit scope and all that. I guest audited in different parts of the country and things like that. Then it got weaker, and then it got, they realized, oh, this is very important. But once again, with partnership. So it's great to see. I think this is a real improvement for Santa Clara to make sure that we're really on the right track. And one of the things I was going to say, so I last year chaired the Governance and Audit Committee for VTA, which is, there's been a number of issues there. And one thing is, so VTA is going to have to look for a new firm, because as opposed to just straight financial audits, what we're talking about are a lot of performance audits, which a lot of people don't really understand that there's a difference. And so what we've been seeing is there's a little bit of a challenge in getting firms that can really do this kind of work, and whether they've got subject matter experts in all the areas that you need. So that's going to be, they're like, so I'm tending towards the VTA has a little bit more of the mostly outsourced, and in some of the other bodies, the Auditor General reports directly to the board. And so, one of the things I do believe, I agree with your following through on all the audit findings. And so when my chairing of the committee at VTA, every month there was where are we with these audits, which going back and reviewing and prioritizing where are the highest risk areas. We had a heat map risk assessment done that we looked at. So that was something, as we were, making in operational improvements there, it was a very important tool to have that consistency and giving the auditor, I think also to make sure that the auditor had some independence. And I think it's great that we have the charter that you prepared, because that was something that we did last year was we added a charter into the administrative code about, to make sure that the auditor has independence, so that they can feel like they can really tell the governing body what they need to hear. So, I want to hear what everybody else has to say, but I kind of think the co-source model is a good one, too. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Watanabe and then Davis. I was reading about
you're just skipping on.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Lynn. It's so nice to have you back. Congratulations. It's good to see your smiling face again.
you.
Boy, you just jumped right back in, didn't you? So you didn't waste any time. So, but thank you for this presentation. Based on, where we're going as a city in terms of, cost cutting and different things like that, and what you shared. I mean, I like the current service model that you mentioned, and it seems like the hybrid structure, it's already doing a good job. It provides, a great benefit, cost savings to the city, the ability to provide cost savings. And so I feel like that's, based on comparing it to and benchmarking against other programs, that this seems like a good model. So I'm in favor of the hybrid structure. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis?
Hi, Lynn. Welcome back. So happy to see you. Yes, hybrid structure. You have proven that you can handle this, and the information that you've given us so far, let's not deviate off of that. I think you've got a good program going here, so let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's just continue where we're going. So I concur with the other people so far. I think it's important that we still have that institutional knowledge, and we didn't really have a lot. When you came, there wasn't really, we hired a city manager, and the first thing I said to her was like, audit every department. And then you came along. So it was kind of good. But you've unraveled a few things for us. You got us on track. So I'm just happy that you're back and continue the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome back. And I do concur, like hybrid model looks like all the pros and cons. It works better. I would make some suggestion, but I would have liked if we had a financial figure for all three models, basically. I don't see that, but with the city of our size and what we have on the plate, it would have been good to see what are the financial implications per year. And that would have been nice to have. And your recommendation that we have to follow up with the financial auditor reports, that's very fundamental. The audit is of no use if we don't follow up and don't change the procedures let down. So that's very fundamental. I fully agree with you. And in the hybrid model, I know you mentioned that it's hard to find sometimes the auditors. So can we have multiple auditor firms on the panel so that they have different expertise and in their staff, so that each audit is different? If it is an audit for financial, it's an audit for construction side, they're all different auditors. So, but this hybrid model will bring us that utility to use the best of the best from the outside firms. But we don't want to wait for so long, because timing of an audit is very important. If things happen and we have an audit and we lost something on the revenue side and we cannot catch it on the time, it's not so good. So bringing those firms on empanelment, multiple of those, and then we can pick and choose what we want, that I would suggest that we have multiple of those. With that, I would still say, looking at without the financial data over here, I would still say hybrid model works out very well. And this also gives an flexibility to control the cost also, basically. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, also welcome back. Congratulations on the
Thank you.
baby. Did boy, girl?
Girl.
Girl, congratulations.
Thank you.
That's good. Another girl in the world. That's wonderful. I also concur with my colleagues. I think that the model, the hybrid model that we're using, really helps maintain the independence, but it also helps our staff they work collaboratively together. And I think you, as our auditor, have really brought us to a different level that we never had before. And you're really helping to really clean up a lot of, what you found so far.
Yes, you did.
You've done, quite a lot of work, and it's really, informed us to make better decisions about how we operate in the future. So I like what we're doing, and I do agree with my colleagues. So the city manager, do we give just a motion for direction now on, if we're looking at the hybrid model, it's number 3? Take no action, maintain.
Take no action, right,
the
and just
hybrid
maintain
model?
the hybrid model. I do want to explain that if the council does decide to take the hybrid model, which it sounds as if just by listening, there's support for that. We would proceed with establishing a formal city auditor classification, benchmarking for salary, bringing it to the council for approval, and then also working with the council, finding the right executive recruiter to begin to recruit for a city auditor position to fill Lynn's spot. Who's
I thought
moving.
it came with Lynn's 10-year contract. It didn't? No?
I was going to start by saying I'm going to bear a little bad news, but it would
Yes.
start as she
Okay.
transitions to the administration side.
But we're not losing her.
No,
We're still,
not at all.
She's still going to be here. Okay, that
I'll
makes
still
sense.
be here to
yeah.
do the
Feel
whole
better.
transition and everything else.
Very good, very good. Okay, so we need a motion, do we need a motion to maintain and take no action and maintain but take action? On the
So-
take no action, what do we do?
Before we do that, I actually do want to provide some updates to some of the comments that I've received so far from the council. The first piece was for Council Member Hardy for the fraud policy. The policy is actually already completed a year ago when I first came on board. It's just that I just didn't have any staff on hand to even roll out the policy and start doing investigations. So it's ready to go, but it's just a matter of recruiting, and then we can kind of implement that piece. In terms of Councilmember Shah about whether or not we're going to have multiple firms, that is in the plan. We are not planning to just stick with one firm and do everything for all. The fact that we have the flexibility to outsource the work, we need to actually go and find the expert in each of the areas that we want to audit. Whether if it's an IT audit, I want to make sure we actually do an IT audit firm. Convention center, we have to do something that's more in line with convention center. Process improvements or performance audit, it's going to be different firm on different things. So it's something that we have to work with procurement to get a list of all of the different audit firms, billable hours, and then we have to kind of reassign the projects to them with that piece. So that's the item that I have.
Okay, so I think we need some action here.
Motion, do you want a
Oh,
motion, Mayor?
wait, we can put let's go to the public first, and then we'll take a motion. Thank you, Lynn, so much, City Auditor. Do we have any cards from the public? All right, if anybody would like to speak on this issue, please come forward. Okay, seeing no one, is there a motion from the council? Councilmember Watanabe.
You lost it?
I would like to just go ahead and make a motion then to, that the council take no action to assign a certain city auditor responsibilities and maintain the current hybrid model for the internal audit function.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion from the council members? Seeing none? Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. And thank you for that report. Very good report. All right, next, we have reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney.
Yes, in closed session, the City Council unanimously authorized the termination of the stadium management agreement with the 49ers in its entirety.
Okay. Moving right along. Next, we have continuances and exceptions. I was going to ask the council, I know there's going to be a larger group coming from on the Briarwood issue and the vacant council seat issue, but when they come in, I might ask that they be moved forward. I know there's a lot of families coming with children, so we'll kind of play that by ear in between items, if that's all right with the council, as they come forward. You'll let me know when they come. All right, so next, we're going to move to our special orders of business. And the first special order of business we have this evening is we're pleased to have representatives from the Relay for Life. They'll be giving us a presentation on their work and the upcoming Santa Clara Relay for Life event on April 25th and 26th, 2020. They will also be sharing the mission of American Cancer Society and Relay for Life, the recent history of Santa Clara Relay, and their annual goals for this year. So I'd like to invite Tabitha Hurley, one of the co-chairs for the Santa Clara Relay for Life, up to the podium to say a few words for us. Looks like your team's coming in. All right, welcome.
Thank you so much for having us, Mayor Gilmore and Council. It's great to see you all. I hope you're doing well. As we did last year, we're here to tell you all about what we've been doing for Relay for Life, share a little bit about what it is for those in the audience that may not know. I know that each of you personally have been there and have supported us, which we certainly appreciate. So you know the mission, but we wanted to share that a little bit broadly and tell you kind of where we are this year. As you can see on the screen there, we are going to be coming up on April 25th and 26th, again, over at Townsend Field. And you have some new folks that I wanted to have just a quick minute to introduce you to so that you know them as well. I know we've been able to work together, but your chair actually this year is Miss Stacy Souza.
Stacy, yay.
And,
give you a clap. Yes,
yay.
Stacy.
And our new staff person that we're excited to have with us on our team is Becky, and she's behind me.
Hi, Becky.
So if we go to the next screen, we can see that obviously we all know that cancer is something we can't ignore. I just came actually from the Cancer Center at El Camino Hospital with a dear friend who is going in for his second round of chemo starting tomorrow. So it is ever present. I know we all feel that way, and we feel that it's something we have to be urgent about. And you see have the stats there, 1 in 3 women, 1 in 2 men will get cancer in their lifetime. And as we know, some folks get it multiple times. So this is something we still are very much passionate about and very much would appreciate your support on. There are many reasons that I think you would like to relay. I know you've shared those, and so I'll let you do that at your leisure. I know you have a lot of things on your agenda this evening, so I'll wait on that piece. But if we go to the next slide. Oh, I always forget I can do that myself. Sorry. It is the world's largest fundraising event to save lives from cancer. Okay, let's let that sink in. We are the hosting one of many, many, many cities throughout the world. Santa Clara has a very successful relay, and it's due to the community working together, but it is one of the largest fundraising events to fight cancer in the world. As I said, it unites thousands of communities, and there really are 3 different pieces. And again, you all have been able to come and enjoy that with us. Celebrating survivors at our kickoff is a critical piece, and I would welcome all of you to come out. It'll be about 11 o'clock in the morning on the 25th. Of course, remembering loved ones who have lost, because sadly, we don't win them all. And we would love to do that. We would like to make cancer, extinct, if you will, but until that time, we will always take time in our Luminaria ceremony to remember those that we've lost. And then, of course, as we finish up those 24 hours, fighting back and spreading a lot of great prevention information. We have a little video there at the link, just a little bit of last year's happiness we wanted to share with you, so I'm not sure if I can do that, maybe? Okay, we'll let that play, and then we've got some statistics and some other kind of technical information to share with you. How do I do that? Okay. Thank you, who's ever taking that.
When you walk through a storm, hold your head up high and don't be afraid of the dark. At the end of a storm, there's a golden sky and the sweet silver sound of love. Walk on through the wind, walk on through the rain, for your dreams be tossed and blown. Walk on,
Touch on for Darren.
with hope in your heart,
Stay on.
and you'll never walk alone. walk on with hope in your heart, and you'll never
Wow.
Not very there we go. Okay, hi. Again, my name is Becky Adams, the new staff partner from ACS. Just going over some statistics from last year and what we have so far this year. So 2020 is revving up by the numbers. So the Relay for Life, again, is April 25th and 26th, starting at 11 a.m., goes to 9 a.m. the next day. Already we have 15 teams, 73 people are registered. We've made or raised about a little over 11,000, so 11,688 to fight cancer. Sponsor spots are still available. If you guys know anyone or any company that might be interested, definitely let us know. And so, although it sounds like we've made a lot of progress so far, we definitely want to improve those numbers. This is what we had for 2019 last year. We had 54 teams, 421 participants, over 94 survivors, and we raised over $125,000 to fight cancer.
Yeah, that's great.
Hi, all. I'm Stacy. I am helping with leading everything this year, and we really just want to give you a big picture of what is Relay. What do you expect when you come out on April 25th? So anyone that raises $100 joins our Hope Club. They get a t-shirt like the one I'm wearing today that has our sponsors on the back. And they join our Hope Club. They get their food free for the whole day. Every meal is covered. We get sponsors to cover food, and all food's free. It's open to everyone. We really want to invite the community. Anyone is available, or anyone that's available that day is welcome to come join us. We have lots of fun. There's lots of activities, entertainment going on. People are still fundraising that day, doing on-site fundraisers. And it's all family oriented. So families are welcome to come out. We have lots of kids activities that happen during the day, and it's completely free. Even if you're not a participant raising money, you are welcome to come out that day. And so the whole purpose of Relay is to have teams out there walking in a relay style that we have someone on the track at all times. It is we considered it a 24-hour event, even though we've shortened it a little bit. But it is not required to be out all 24 hours if you sign up as a participant. We just want to make that completely clear. And so the best part, some of us are out there for the 24 hours, but not everyone. And the best part about Relay is it's really fun. It's all about the fun, spending the time with the community, being out there, remembering, supporting, and really just being there all together. And the whole atmosphere is what it's all about, and to take action against cancer. Okay, so at this point, you're probably like, what are we doing here? We really want to welcome you all to sign up as participants and get yourself signed up. So this is just a quick overview of how easy it is to sign up. It's just a couple quick questions. You can sign up as a participant, sign up as a survivor. We have lots of survivor activities happening throughout the day. I forgot to mention this. And they get completely great served meal. They have activities going on with demonstrations, and we have speakers that come and talk specifically with the survivors. And a lot of the survivors that come to the event find it to be a very supportive atmosphere where they can talk to other people who have been through similar situations as them. So participants and survivors both sign up through the same portal. Super easy, few questions, and then you're done. And so next steps for everyone. Lots of our participants who have signed up for many years still need to do the same thing. Sign up and then join us on the day of the event for activities, free food and entertainment, survivor and caregiver celebrations, and our Luminaria ceremony, which you saw a lot of in that video, was the Luminaria ceremony. Many people find that to be the most meaningful part of the event. And we welcome you to join us on April 25th, 26th. Thank you for your time. We really appreciate it.
Your team is already registered, so.
I was going to say,
Yeah,
we're.
you guys are already signed up.
We're way ahead of the game. Yes.
We're very excited to have
So,
you with us.
thank you. I want to say our city team is called Mission City Possible, just like last year. It was a little bit small last year. This year, it's going to be much bigger. Julie Minot, if you'd like to raise your hand back there.
All right.
She was just assigned to be the captain of our team. It was Genevieve Yip, and now it's Julie. So if you want to sign with us, we love this event. This is a really special event for us here in Santa Clara. Your opening ceremony, you always have such inspiring and motivational speakers, and to see that the Luminaria ceremony is something you have to experience that. I mean, it's so emotional just walking around and looking at the bags of people that are with us and some that aren't. Just like the video, we had a community member that was, he's no longer with us. John Figuera. And just to see that is just really special. So we'll get on our walking shoes again. We hope the whole council participates this year. And anybody from the city or the community, if you want to join us, we're all going to be there. It's just such a fabulous event. So thank you for everything you do. Let's really make it a great year this year. Any other council members want to say? Go.
Okay.
Councilmember Davis, Watanabe. And pay your $100, everybody, each of you.
I was in your shoes 12 years ago. I chaired this, and it came a long way. I got Tabitha. And the Figueras, I recruited them from day one, and they are there, and I know that they get crazy with who's going to win the most amount of money. Very competitive family. But thank you for putting John in the video. It was his last one, and it's a reminder that we're just human, and we need to support each other, and you guys do a great job doing that. So, like the mayor said, she's already got, daggers on us. But I belong to the Figuera team, so
Keep hope.
I have two teams now, so it's a cool
100 to
thing.
them, 100 to our team.
See how she
go.
is?
Emails, you can sign up under both.
Oh yeah. Oh, she'll sign us up, but it's a great event. I mean, I usually walk with Kathy at night when it's a little cooler and calmer. But during the day, it's hysterical. We have a good time, but we hate going to jail. That's the only thing, because we can't ever get out of jail. Nobody wants to pay for us. It's politicians. Lock them up and throw away the key. So, thank you so much for coming.
Councilmember Watanabe?
You had to bring up the jail, didn't you? Actually, my husband put me in jail last year, and the crime was that I worked too hard. So, but I got myself out. I had $20 stuck in my pocket, and I paid my way out. But it was a wonderful event, and just a wonderful support network. Like the mayor said, very emotional. And in the last year since we had the last Relay for Life, my brother has been diagnosed with cancer, lung cancer, stage 4. And so I have a reason to walk this year. And so I'll be out there. But what I really enjoyed last year was, because I think I was the team, the Highwood fundraiser, and I got all these great prizes. And so I brought the bag that I told you about, Tabitha. When I saw that you were going to be here tonight, I made a point to bring it so I could give it to you, so I can hand it to you in person. So you can use it as an auction item or a silent auction or whatever you want to do with it, but raise a lot of money with it, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal, and then Vice Mayor Hardy after that.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah. I do also miss John Figuera. I saw him over there. It's heartening to see him again over here. And one thing is, one of the best crowdsourcing movement, like Relay for Life, for a social cause. So it's very big. And to see the survivors over there, like they're real fighters. They're real fighters, even during the, so and that tells us like how important it is to help each other in the community. And it's very important, and what you all are doing is a great job. And being one of the biggest fundraisers across the world, that's even bigger sign. And I was just reading about, we have conquered cancer in a lot of fields, basically, but I was reading about the immunotherapeutic research, which is latest one. I hope within the next couple of years or 2-3 years, we 100% able to conquer this thing with the new technology we are having, and we are looking forward to that day when we have a world with cancer-free. Thank you. Thank you for what you're all doing.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Hardy.
This is always emotional because today I got an email that one of my students, her mother was just diagnosed. And she's one of the kids on my robotics team. And I have so many friends that are still with us and friends that we've lost. So I hope everyone will take their time, and I definitely will have my running shoes on again this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you. And it is a wonderful event, and I know all of our lives have been very touched by cancer, and I think I would be remiss in not mentioning former Councilmember Mahan, who's not able to be here with us this evening due to her ongoing struggle with cancer. We wish her all the best, and we hope that she'll be feeling well enough to be there for the relay, because she certainly has talked to us over the years about her struggles. So thank you very much for bringing this event once again to the City of Santa Clara.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you for coming tonight and bringing it to our attention. Maybe as we get a little bit closer, you can come back and give a reminder to everyone about the event, because it is in April, and people get busy and things like that. So let's make sure we keep this up foremost in everyone's mind and on everyone's calendars, and let's really get a lot of people involved in this, because as Councilmember O'Neill said, cancer affects everyone in some way, shape, or form. We're all connected some way with this terrible disease. So thank you for all the good work you're doing. And I don't know if you have any final comments. Any final comments?
No, I guess, yes. Sorry. I just would say.
Oh, time's up. No, I'm sorry.
We so appreciate being able to come here and talk with you all and you all's support through the years. But I also just want to put a big shout out to just everybody in Santa Clara. This is a truly community-based event. The city comes forward, the school district comes forward, businesses come forward. We've already just handled all this food, for example, it's all free because our businesses support us too. So I just appreciate what everybody does, and that's the only way we can really put 100% or almost 100% of the dollars to the mission, which obviously is critical to all of us. So thank you.
Maybe we can have the people that are here supporting the Relay for Life, if you'd like to stand so we can see everybody that's here. All right.
Let's remember that everybody in a purple shirt is a survivor. So yay, survivors.
All right, survivors. Thank you. Thanks for coming. Thank you.
Sorry, one last thing. I did want to just thank you guys all for sharing your stories. Everybody has a story, and that's something that connects all of us to the mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next, our next special order of business we have is the Parks and Recreation Commission would like to recognize the local Santa Clara organizations for their continued volunteer support at the Arts and Wine Festival. This is the annual opportunity to thank them and to distribute the net proceeds to these valued programs in the community. So I'd like to introduce Andrew Knack, Chair of the Parks and Recreation Commission, to introduce the organizations and representatives and let us know the amounts of money you're going to distribute tonight. So welcome, Andrew.
Well, thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Gilmore, City Council, City Manager, Executive Leadership Team, and the City of Santa Clara community. I'm Andrew Knack, the Chair of the Parks and Recreation Commission, and together with my fellow commissioners, I have a few here today. Gara and Walkie are here today. We are excited to be representing our fellow commissioners. And for the past 39 years, the Parks and Recreation Commission has supported the Santa Clara Art and Wine Festival with the generous support from the Parks and Recreation Department and our community volunteers. With the purpose of raising funds for local programs and needed community services, we work hard and have fun at the festival. We participate through the sale of commemorative glasses and tokens. Today, the Parks and Recreation Commission is thankful for Council's approval and authorization of the disbursement amounting to $56,000 from Art and Wine Festival net proceeds to support local programs and services. At this time, I invite each of the organization's representatives to come forward as I call your name. As you come up, please make a brief remark on how the funds are being used by your organization, followed by a photo with the mayor and council. So oh, no?
Yes,
Oh,
we'll
okay,
do
yes.
that.
All right, sorry. All right. I
And
thought I was being shaken.
and the commissioners that
Yes.
are here as well. Thank
So
you.
we'd love to get the photo with everyone. And we'll start with an $18,000 grant to the Santa Clara Schools Foundation, represented by Kelly and Casey Hohenbrink.
Good evening.
Good evening, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Thank you for having us. The funds we use for the foundation go directly back into the schools when teachers make grant requests from us, either for books, field trips. We've done band uniforms, instruments. It's all the schools and it's spread throughout the city. So thank you. This money
All
goes
right.
right back into the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Should we do one at a time? Do you want to do, how many do you want? Let's have the council go down there and we can take the picture maybe up here, if you'd like to come up here, one at a time with our two Parks and Recreation Commissioners in the audience. If you'd come up with Andrew Knack.
So excited we can see Teresa. Okay, Dan, that's not okay. Dan, get in the best so tall. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And another one. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next, we will be awarding $18,000 to Santa Clara Police Activities League, represented by Officer Wally Amenyar.
I'll try to make this real quick. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Officer Wally Amenyar with the Santa Clara Police Activities League. I'm the Executive Director. For many years, the Santa Clara POW has enjoyed a very prosperous relationship with the City of Santa Clara and the Parks and Rec Department. Every year, our volunteers wait in anticipation to see if we've been selected as one of the organizations to help with the Art and Wine Festival. When the announcements are made, we are truly grateful because we know the money raised will go directly back into the program that has affected the lives of thousands of Santa Clara youth. And that's been within the last 50 years. The generosity of this donation does not go unnoticed by our organization. This money goes directly to buying softball mitts, batting tees, uniforms, soccer balls, safety equipment for our athletes. In many cases, this money is also used to assist needy families in allowing their children to participate in organized sports. Our mission is to elevate our athletes to a platform where they have the ability to potentially pay it forward with their generosity and kindness. So on behalf of myself and the entire Santa Clara POW organization, folks behind me, I'd like to extend a gracious thank you to the City of Santa Clara and the Parks and Rec Department and the Commission for their continued support of Santa Clara's youth.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
I'll go see if I can find it in the storage.
Next, we will be presenting $10,000 to the Santa Clara High School Grad Night, represented by Anna Garcia.
Thank you very much, City of Santa Clara and Parks and Rec, for giving us this opportunity to raise funds for Santa Clara high school graduates. And we have a tradition at Santa Clara High to provide a safe and sober party for our graduates so that they can start off that first night in a beautiful environment, no worries. And that's their last hurrah to celebrate together after 13 years of committed education and hard work. So we appreciate everything that you guys provide to the City of Santa Clara. We're honored also to be the namesake of Santa Clara. And so it's gonna go to great use. We have a great group of hardworking parents. They're actually meeting tonight, so I'm the only representative that can come. But I'm excited to take the check back, and thank you again.
Oh, Mary, I'm terrible at this.
And finally, we will be presenting $10,000 to the Wilcox High School Grad Night, represented by Adriana Smith.
Hello, council members. My name is Rashida Shah, and I'm the PTA president at Wilcox. And we believe in child advocacy, and that's where we all are here to support our kids. And I will start with Adriana Smith, our grad night senior send-off chairperson. I'll have her take it off.
Good afternoon. On behalf of Wilcox High School, of our PTA and the Senior Send-Off Committee, we'd like to thank you for this wonderful grant of $10,000. This is the biggest grant that Wilcox High School has received for senior send-off. So we plan to use this grant to celebrate our seniors, give them a safe celebration, to really recognize the hard work that they have put into these past 4 years, and also give them the send-off that they deserve into what we hope is going to be a really successful new chapter in their lives. This is a program we're only able to bring to these students with your support. To those students who have the means and who don't have the means. We do this for all the students so they are all able to have a safe celebration. So thank you for that.
Hi, my name is Emma Berger, and I'm senior class president at Wilcox High School. I'm sure on behalf of our senior class, we're extremely grateful for all of the help and all of the donations we get. It's super threatening, really walking into the real world, and now that we're graduating and getting all this help from just these big adults that really look upon us and make sure that we have a great future, and we really appreciate it. And it's really nice to have one night where we can celebrate all of our hard work. I know a lot of us really worked hard for this moment, so thank you.
Uno, due, tre. 1, 2, 3. All right, you got it. Thank you.
If we can, I would like to give one more round of applause to all of our recipients this year. Thank you again to Mayor Gilmore, City Council, City Manager, the Executive Leadership Team, the Parks and Recreation Commission, staff, and the volunteers from these wonderful organizations and programs to continued great service to the City of Santa Clara. We want to thank the Rotary Foundation of Santa Clara for their organization, volunteers, and management of the alcohol services as our contractor for these services. Thank you to the many volunteers who have generously assisted in the festival, since we cannot do it without you. We look forward to seeing you all at this year's annual Art and Wine Festival, the 40th anniversary, September 19th and 20th, 2020. Thank you all so much for your time today.
Thank you, Andrew. I want to thank you and the Parks and Recreation Commission. I know how hard you work as commissioners on this event. This is your biggest event of the year. It is the biggest event in our city of the year, and I know how much work you put into it and how much grief you take during the event when we're all screaming and yelling, we need more glasses, or we need more wine, or hurry up, but what's taking so long, and all the things you put up with to make it such a successful event. So I think you really, do it, you do it sort of under the radar. People really don't know how much the commission puts into this event. So I want to thank you and the commission, and of course our Director of Parks and Recreation, Mr. Teixeira, and your whole department, along with other departments in the city, how much work you actually put into this. I'm really excited for I can't believe it's the 40th anniversary this year. It's going to be a big one for us here in the city. So thank you so much. We'll see you soon, but thank you again for all that hard work. Thank you.
A lot of glasses. That's for the 40th. A lot of glasses.
All right, thank you. Our next special order of business is a proclamation of February 2020 as Black History Month in Santa Clara. So we are proud to announce that February is Black History Month. The month of February was officially recognized as Black History Month by the United States government in 1975, and since then, February has been designated as Black History Month. Black History Month is an annual celebration that honors the achievements and recognizes the importance of contributions by African Americans throughout our nation's history in their pursuit for freedom and equality. The celebration of Black History Month serves as a reminder to remember those who have sacrificed and suffered for the sake of racial equality, and to honor those achievements that have shaped the United States. In honor of Black History Month, we have proclaimed February 2020 as Black History Month in the City of Santa Clara, and would like to invite you to take time to reflect on the famous quote by Desmond Tutu, "My humanity is bound up in yours, for we can only be human together." So I don't know if, I don't see Milan Belaton, who I'd like to present this proclamation to. If he's not here in the audience, we'll make sure that he does get that, or if he comes in later, we'll make sure to recognize him. Also, I wanted to say that we will be talking about that in our adjournments this evening. There was a gentleman named Tommy J. Fulcher Jr., who is a past local leader of the San Jose Silicon Valley NAACP, and we're going to be adjourning tonight's meeting in his memory. So I want to call people's attention to that, because he was very instrumental in this area, especially Santa Clara. So I don't think we take any action on that. So I'm going to then move down to our consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion. On the consent calendar, unless any items are pulled for discussion, do I have any council members that want to pull any items for discussion? Councilmember Chahal?
Madam Mayor, I'll be voting no on item 520-204, the last item, basically, 5-0.
You are voting no,
No on that. Other than
registering a
that,
no on
yeah.
5-0?
Oh, right.
Okay. City Clerk, how do we do that? Do we need to pull it and vote on it? Or how? Just note it in the record?
Noted.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Any member of the council, anybody else from the council? Any member of the audience like to pull any item from the consent calendar? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent
Motion
calendar?
to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
Motion second to approve the consent calendar. Okay, please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Next, we're going to go to public presentations, which are any items that are not on the agenda. If anybody in the public would like to speak on anything that's not on the agenda, please come forward. Assistant City Clerk, do we have any cards for public presentations? No cards? Would anyone like to speak on anything that's not on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, we have no consent items pulled for agenda, so pulled for discussion. Is the group here from, or Mr. Alan Todd Beavis here for that? Is your group here? Would you like to hear this now? Okay, very good. I wanted to make sure your whole group was here. If you'd like to come forward, there's action on written petition received from Alan Todd Beavis regarding calming traffic and noise sideshow activity along Briarwood Drive. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. We appreciate you taking the time to hear us. And I'd like all of the Briarwood Drive neighbors that are here this evening, just please stand. Excellent. So we are here this evening. Well, first of all, I want to thank Simrat and the City Clerk's office for arranging all the details and some back and forth that we had. I do appreciate it. Also want to thank the Assistant Public Works Director, Michael Liu, for his involvement and his investigation into this problem. We appreciate the city's attention. I want to just mention that we are here tonight and we have submitted a petition of about 62 signatures out of the 65 or so houses on Briarwood Drives. That's the blocks of 1,700 to, I think, roughly 2,000 blocks of Briarwood Drive, because we have a serious speeding problem on our street that has existed for some time. We are here because we've had conversations with the police. We've contacted the Public Works Department, Traffic Engineering. We have not gotten response, and the problem continues to get worse. We essentially have dangerous speeding motorists at really any time of the day. We are in fear for our lives, literally. Some things I want to point out. I've been a resident in Santa Clara for 20 years. I've lived at our home at 1961 Briarwood since 1999. And the problem existed back then, but not to the degree that it is today. We really have four factors of this problem. Drivers use Briarwood Drive as essentially a kind of a frontage road to Lawrence Expressway, sort of an alternate. And they drive the same speed as they do now on Lawrence Expressway. Santa Clara School District buses, their school bus yard is around the corner from us on St. Lawrence Drive. They regularly use Briarwood Drive as their main access route to and from the bus yard and drive at excessive speeds down Briarwood Drive. Parents of children dropping off their kids at the St. Lawrence Academy and the New Valley High School often are speeding down our street at the school starting and ending hours. And then we have neighbors that are clearly unaware of the speed limit in a residential zone. So one thing, it occurred to me that due to our proximity to not only Lawrence Academy, New Valley High School, but also Briarwood Elementary, which is less than half a mile away, and Wilcox High School, we have students that walk our street all the time from 8 in the morning, 3 in the afternoon, and whatever in between. We really are a school zone, and our street is not treated as such and needs to be paid attention to in that way. Exasperating this problem is really this now reckless driving that's occurring on our street. I've heard a couple of reports from neighbors of dangerous activity at the intersection of St. Lawrence Drive and Briarwood Drive, basically vehicles spinning donuts in the middle of the intersection. There have been accidents, basically cars speeding down the street, ramming into parked cars. That's happened at least twice that I'm aware of in recent years.
Okay, Mr. Bevis, I'm
Yes.
just going to stop you just for a minute, because the way our process works here is that you're asking us to put this on an agenda so that we can get a staff report and then we can get a full report about this. So I know I don't know what everyone had expected this evening, but we have to entertain a written petition. We then would vote to whether or not we want to put it on our agenda so that we can get a full report and our staff can look into it and make sure that we're going to be able to address these issues. So I just want to say that you're telling us everything. That's great, but what we're going to vote on tonight is whether we put it on a future agenda.
Okay, I understand. But
Okay.
I do want to make it clear that the problem has continued for longer than 20 years. A previous owner of the house that we purchased called the school district school bus office to complain of the issues with the buses. That was adhered to for a while, but that's gone by the wayside. We are here all to speak to the problem and the fact that it's dangerous. I invited the Assistant Public Works Director, Traffic Engineering Director, Michael Liu, to come and just observe with me at the house, in front of my house in the neighborhood. We have not been able to do that.
So what the council will do if we determine to put it on the agenda, which I hope we will, then we will direct our staff to look into it and give us a report as to what's happening, because I think you're right. There's a lot of schools in that neighborhood, and some of the things you described, people are doing all over town, unfortunately. But it sounds like it's very exasperated in that area.
Very much so. Yes.
So, it's going to be up to the council, but we'll have a full discussion about it when we actually get it on. So I just wanted to say this, and I appreciate everybody's here, so I'm sure everyone.
We want you to understand the severity of the problem and that our street is not treated as a residential street. It's treated no differently than Lawrence Expressway. And we ask for your help.
Okay.
Plain and simple.
Right.
We need it desperately.
Right. It sounds like it. Hold on one second. Oh my gosh. Okay. Councilmember Davis, and we'll get back to you in a minute. Councilmember Davis, Chahal, Watanabe.
So I would like to vote to put you on the agenda. We do have a speed thing happening on the February 25th
Yeah, that's what I was
agenda,
just
which
gonna
I
say,
think
yeah.
we can work together with this. But just the fact that the neighborhood is here, it's very obvious that there is a major problem. And I would really like to, make the motion to get it on the agenda so we can talk about it, let staff do their due diligence, and see what we can do to help out that neighborhood. So I would like to make that motion.
So is a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second to put on the agenda. I'm just going to go down the council before we continue back here. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I really appreciate all of you coming here and raising this to the next level. This is something like I personally and most of the council members must be expecting from our residents. Like whenever you have issue, if it doesn't get resolved in the normal way, please. And with the numbers you are here, it's such a good sign. And for the residents who are hearing this thing on, like watching it online, it's a good sign for them also that, how the community itself can try to find out a solution. So I applaud you for that and coming in all these numbers. And I fully understand it's a quality of life issue for you. And we as elected officials have to do something about it. And I fully support to bring it back with the concrete measures, whatever we can take to finding a long-term solution. If a problem is going on for the last 20 years, it does look like we need to look it on top priority and find out a solution to this. But again, I thank you, each one of you, coming here and raising this thing, bringing this to an agenda. Like, that's a real civic duty you have done to comply with that. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Bevan, and the whole of Briarwood Drive for being here. As a resident of the north side, we've had the same issue. Lafayette Street is a great conduit for racing and sideshows and donuts. I hear it all kinds of the night, noon, and morning, mostly at nighttime. But the night, what happened was, I mean, the city actually had an ordinance back in 2004, just that kind of lapsed. But when I spoke to the city manager about the issue, she actually put together a survey working with the police department, and they reached out to the residents and put together a report that's actually that Councilmember Davis talked about. The report is coming back February 25th, and it's to a discussion and possible action on illegal street racing and sideshow activities. So you're coming at a really good time, and so I'm glad that we'll be putting this on the agenda, but also an opportunity for you, to hear, what the city is going to bring forward on the 25th.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hardy, this is actually your district, so.
I will say that I work at Wilcox High School, and last week we had a student hit by a car on Monroe. We're still waiting to see how that student's doing well. And it was someone who blew right through a crosswalk with students in it. Thinking about it, what's bothering me is we do have New Valley there, and we don't have that designated as a school zone, and that can help. I'm looking forward to getting more help and some statistics and numbers, but I don't know where else the buses are going to go, so we'll work on what we can do, because not only do I sit on the council, I work for the school district. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Neill?
Yes, I also appreciate your coming, and it's part of my Love Santa Clara program. I think one of the things that we need to be looking at is traffic calming all throughout the city. But one of the things also, I'm a little concerned. I know that the location of the bus yard, as somebody who's at the district office fairly frequently, and maybe we can even talk also through our school liaison relationship with the district. If the drivers are not driving appropriately, that's something that's very concerning to me, because they're the ones who are chartered to make sure that our students are delivered safely to school every day, and we need to make sure that they are adhering with all our traffic rules. And maybe if the school board or the superintendent said, hey, you're not going to, please go down Lawrence Drive into the bus yard. I mean, I know the entry into where the bus storage area is, but I think that maybe we could address that also through our school city liaison committee.
Okay, so city manager, if this motion passes and we have some people to hear from, if the motion passes, when would we be able to bring this back so that they would know when we would have full discussion with just staff input?
Sure, I'd like the opportunity to have staff meet and go out and make the observations, as well as I've already sent a message to staff to contact the school district about improved driving on their part. I'd like to offer March 17th. The February 25th item is a consultant report on a separate matter, and so it doesn't really have the...
It's a sideshow on the north side, right?
Yeah, it has different findings and different policy options. But if we could look at March 17th, it allows us time to get out in the field, write a report, and get it in the packet.
Okay. All right. Alan, is that March 17th?
We have a conflict March 17th.
Okay. Is there something after that?
March 31st?
March 31st?
Is the next meeting.
That would be great.
That works?
Oh, that gives us more
Okay.
time. Yay. Okay. Very good. So I just want to make sure, well, everybody's here so they can hear that, March 31st. Okay.
One thing that if I could add, just to speak to a personal experience elsewhere, I work in Mountain View. In fact, I work on Easy Street at basically the intersection of Central Expressway and the on-ramp to northbound 85. My company, my fellow employees, were basically dealing with the same sort of dangerous speeding issue. And my boss basically got fed up with it. The owner of our company contacted the city of Mountain View, said, what are you going to do for us? What can you do? They installed speed humps, 2 of them along that stretch of Easy Street, along with a sort of a narrowed traffic lane and a radar speed indicator. The speeds dropped immediately. The threat is gone. Once in a while, I see somebody sail over the tops of the speed humps, but the effectiveness of that particular method of slowing the traffic was immediate, and we would love to see the same sort of approach here.
As Councilmember O'Neill said, there's different traffic calming measures that we can look at and use as well. Our last director of Public Works hated speed humps, but yeah, I don't know how this one feels, so we'll see. But thank you for that. Now, I know there's a whole list of speakers, so we're coming back March 31st, so you're, of course, welcome to speak, but we would then ask you, to come back again on March 31st and give your testimony when we have a full staff report, but you're, of course, welcome to speak. I can go down the list, and everyone can say what they'd like to say.
That would probably be good since we've got everybody here.
Okay, very good.
Great.
So Sherry Bevis, followed by Diana.
I'm going to waive mine, and I'll come back on the 31st.
Okay, thank you. Diana Flagler.
No, my name is Allison Vu, and I am a freshman at Notre Dame. So I've been living here for quite some time, and even though I'm only just like a teenager, I've recently been noticing that the speed limit for people passing by has been increasingly high, and I worry for the safety of those walking around, especially children, because since we live close by a school, many children walk by, and I worry that for their safety and for the driver as well, because they could also get severely injured if they drive fast. And if we add the speed bumps, not only this will increase the chances of safety for the people in the community around us, this will also increase the safety of those driving. And speaking on a personal note, a Notre Dame student passed away because she got into a car crash, and I really don't want that to happen to my community as well. So I am wishing to add the speed bump for the safety of everyone. And even though this is just a small community adding to the speed bump, if we keep adding speed bumps to all the places with problems of like speed, we can increase the safety of the entire country eventually. And so this is why I really want to add the speed bump to the neighborhood. And also, I have many like family members coming over to visit, and since they're somewhat of immigrants and they're still learning how to drive, I really want them to have a safe environment for them to drive around, not only in our community, but in the entire nation as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Allison. Thank you for testifying. Why don't you just come forward? I have a list here, but it's probably easier that way. You're already in line.
I'm Diana Flagler.
Okay. Oh,
and I've been
hello.
living in the neighborhood for 4 years. And unfortunately, I have witnessed, it's just tremendous how in just a short period of time, 4 years, that I've noticed how it's just terrible. I leave every single morning to go to work, hop in our car to take off. Before we take off, it's just like, boom. It's like, wow, I cannot believe this. They're in such a hurry to get where they need to, and it's just unbelievable. Every morning I go through this, and it's just terrible. Now, I have a lot of folks here who represent children, kids, of course, adults, but our pets. And we have a lot of people who walk their dogs. I walk my cats. Yes, I walk them on a leash. And they are literally, when a speeding car comes by, it's just like their fur, and it's just terrible. But yes, we do need your help, folks and pets. So thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Matthew Cotton. I live on Briarwood. I've been there for about 12 years now. And yeah, the excessive speed is crazy at this point. I have 2 kids and 3 pets. I worry every day when they're walking to school that something's going to happen. It's the one street that I make sure to cross with them. I've also witnessed 4 cars get hit, parked cars right in front of the 3 houses surrounding me. So I worry about my kids just even being on the sidewalk. I don't know, it's a major concern. Love to do something about it.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome, please come forward.
My name is John. I live on Briarwood, and I work in Redwood City. And every day when I come home, I take Lawrence from 101, and I get on, go up Briarwood, and because it's my neighborhood, I drive slow. No greater than 25 miles an hour. There's people right on my bumper because they want me to go faster, and at least 10 times I've had people pass me on the left, and I'm like, what the H? Okay, so
It's not what I say, but
then
yeah.
one of the guys passed me on the left, so he could probably go on 35 or 40, almost hit a kid on a bicycle, and so that really worried me. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Noel Axon. I've lived in Briarwood for 10 years now, and I own a boat, and I'm trying to back up my boat, and then you can see them whizzing by me, and so it's kind of dangerous. Another part you probably don't know, it's like a quarter-mile stretch that is a straight shot to the intersection.
Oh, yeah.
They gun it as soon as they come around that corner, and a couple times at nighttime, at midnight, kids come around that corner, and you can hear it. And they're like squeaking tires, and they hit a couple parked cars. Wow. So, I mean, I have a 1-year-old, and he's gonna be playing somewhere in our neighborhood. So at some point, you guys gotta put a speed bump in the middle of that quarter mile. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please come forward.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kate Dongwin, and I have a 16-year-old son. We used to walk to school when he was little. A lot of people in rush into school. Now he's 16 years old, and he usually ride bicycle with his friends around our neighbor. So reduced speed is also help safety for our children in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Chi. I live in a corner lot at the intersection of St. Lawrence and Briarwood, and we have a 2-year-old at home. So one thing I want to point out is at least very close to that intersection, we have at least 4 households with very young kids, and sometimes we let our kids play in the front yard, or we take the passenger way to walk to the park. So with this speeding issue in the daytime, it's serious problem for our kids. And also my neighbor reported cars doing donuts at that intersection at 2 p.m. in the afternoon. And ever since we moved here, since 2017, we also got woke up in the midnight by the noise of that speeding cars, 1 o'clock in the morning. And most of the house has master bedroom facing the intersection, so I'm really concerned when there will be a car in my front yard, I'll rush into my master bedroom. So yeah, so we really need your help for take care of this issue. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
My name is Barb Hansen. My husband and I have lived at 1831 Briarwood for 20 years. We must have moved in right when Todd did. And besides a pretty bizarre speeding accident which occurred in front of our house 11 years ago, we've had no issue with the traffic at Briarwood. We don't see the need for speed bumps. We don't like speed bumps. We'd be in favor of something like roundabouts or possibly speed humps. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, please come forward.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Ibrahim Abji. I lived on Briarwood for 9 years now. Over the years, traffic volume has increased, so did the speed, even though speed sign did not change. When I have 2 little kids. When I try to cross the street with them, I fear for their safety. When I am trying to clean the leaves off the street, I fear for my own safety. When I try to pull out of our parking lot, I fear for the safety of my family. So speed is a big issue. Please keep us safe. Do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Ming Wang Tang. I live in the intersection of the Briarwood Drive and St. Lawrence Drive. So So my personally also got some experience, like my son was just born, and we took him back from the hospital. After about like 1 day, we got a situation like one of the speeding car like driving from the St. Lawrence and got a very sharp sound and ran into the curb and hit my car on the driveway and then hit and run. And so that situation actually gave me a really shock, like people can drive like such careless way, and it's really dangerous for the community. Even people walking on the sidewalk is kind of not like a very safe way to do that. So I really think like adding those speeding bump or whatever measures we can take to mitigate this situation will be helpful, and I appreciate that. And also I want to point out like so beyond the situation people talking about, like I think around 1.5 years ago, and at the St. Lawrence Elementary School, and they used to have some a dancing party there, and a lot of cars are driving through there, and then like that also brings some traffic there, and also this kind of situation also make it even worse. Like people can drive really in a careless way, and from time to time, because I usually get back to home during the evening, I also can hear from the reckless sound, driving, speeding sound from the street, actually. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, welcome.
Hi, my name is Beihan. We moved here around 1.5 years ago, and we have a 1-year daughter, and she doesn't sleep very well at night, and sometimes when there is a motorcycle or cars driving very fast, and our daughter will wake up at night. Also, she wakes up during that time in the afternoon. So our daughter will grow up in the community, and we don't like her to be grow up in a dangerous area. Also, we like to take her to the to the parks and other places in the community. When there comes a very fast car, and she gets very nervous and just get close to me. So we residents don't like speed bumpers, but I think speed bumpers can help us to keep the community safe. So thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Hi. This is my mother, Naomi. We've
Hi,
lived
Naomi.
there. They bought the house in 1975. We've had 3 animals get hit by cars, by speeding cars. Many times, it's not only the elderly, the young and the animals, but also the elderly that walk around for exercise around the neighborhood. And they're in danger as well. There are many times where we go through the crosswalk and a car just comes and stops. So it's not good, and we would appreciate something being done about it. Okay? Please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Naomi. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Thank you.
So cute. Anyone else? Okay, so we hear you loud and clear. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. A lot of the problems are people use those ways and they try to get around going on some of the main thoroughfares, and they're speeding through neighborhoods. Fortunately, we have Assistant Police Chief Dan Winter sitting right here who heard every word of that. So I know that in the meantime, if this vote passes, which sounds like it will, we're going to send this back to our staff, and they'll work with Public Works and our street department, everything to come back. But it has to be a double-sided sort of defense. And we have our police department, because a lot of these issues are, they can't be everywhere at every time, but if you can focus on an area, because you hear loud and clear, that sounds like there's a lot of young children in that neighborhood as well. And so, and you want to be able to be out on your street and walking around and not be in that kind of, have that kind of situation. So maybe we can look at it both ways, right? Assistant Chief Winter, look, he says yes, yes. So let's have a vote on, we have a motion and a second to bring this to the March 31st, you said?
Yes.
March 31st meeting on the agenda. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. So thank you for bringing it to our attention, and we'll see you on March 31st. And thank you to everybody who took the time to come down here to let us know. Thank you. All right, I have a request that we move up 3 items now, items 9, 10, and 11. Because there's some people that have to leave. So if with the council's indulgence, I'd like to go straight to item number 9, which is declaration of a vacancy for Council District 5 and options to fill the vacancy. And I think do we go to the city clerk? Are you giving this report?
I'd love to give this report. And that was really nice to see the prior item. I mean, that's really what civic engagement and action is, and that's what everybody here is for. So it's really good. And thanks for everybody who's in the lobby for coming out. So I guess when it rains, it pours. I have 3 items that I'm going to present tonight. So I think there's a buy 2 get 1 free type of a deal going today. So we'll start with the first one. This first one is a declaration of a vacancy for Council District 5 and Council's directions on the options to fill the vacancy. And for background for everybody who may be watching, our former council member, former mayor Patricia Mahan, did submit a letter of resignation on January 22nd for her resignation effective February 1st. And I know at the last council meeting, she was here to offer some parting words from being on the dais. In her years of service. So in tonight's agenda, this is the very first meeting, council meeting after the resignation was effective February 1st. So one of the actions that is before you tonight is to declare the seat vacant. And then the second action is what would the council like to do with the vacant seat? And there are 2 options, and I'll go a little bit into detail with them. And that is either the council can choose to leave the seat vacant until the next general election, which is the November 2020 election later this year, or to follow the process to fill the vacancy. In 2016, the voters of Santa Clara approved Measure Q, which was a ballot charter amendment that would change the way that council would fill in vacancies. And in that amendment, the change was made effective such that when there was any vacancy in any elected position, the remaining council would have the opportunity to fill that vacancy until the next general election, even if the term was not up for re-election during that next general election. In this case, this particular seat for District 5 was up for re-election in November anyways, so whether or not the council chooses to fill the vacancy by appointment, there will be a need for an election in November for this seat. To fill that vacancy, the council is required, part of the charter amendment that was passed on in 2016, is that the remaining number of council members need to agree on an appointment with a 4/5 vote. So if there were 7 council members discussing filling a vacancy on any of the other elected positions, which would be the chief of police or the city clerk, then you would need 6 out of 7 votes to agree on a vacancy or filling that vacancy. In this situation, we have 6 remaining council members discussing filling in a vacancy on the council itself, and so the council would need 5 out of the 6 members on the council to agree on an individual to fill the vacancy if the council so chooses. The council is required to decide on filling the vacancy within 1 month of the seat being declared vacant. So tonight, one of the actions that we are asking you to do is to declare that seat vacant, and then the clock starts ticking, 30 days for the council to take action on filling that vacancy. If the council decides not to fill the vacancy, then it will remain vacant until the election. If the council is unable to get 5 votes in the affirmative for a single individual, then again, that city seat will remain vacant until the November election. part of the discussion that we'll ask you to deliberate as a council as to whether or not you want to fill the vacancy. And if you so choose as a council to decide to open up that seat or open up applications, then we have some recommended proposal or a process on how you would fill up that vacancy. And so if the council chooses to, solicit applications to fill the vacancy, tomorrow we will open up applications from anybody in the community who would like to fill that vacancy. They can submit applications, and we are recommending a deadline for applications to be submitted by 5 p.m. in the city clerk's office on February 21st, which is a Friday. And the city clerk's office will collect those applications, review the eligibility requirements, and put it for a special election, for a special city council meeting on March 2nd at 5 p.m. to interview and deliberate on appointing one candidate to fill the remainder of the term. Now, under the current charter, the appointee must be a resident of the city and a qualified registered voter of the city. This vacancy is for District 5, and there is no specification in the charter about council-based districts. But given the Superior Court's decision that the November 2020 election for this seat, that the candidate must reside in District 5, we recommend that the council only consider candidates who live within District 5. So that is something that as you deliberate, we would want to hear from you an affirmation of that assumption. And part of that is that we would need, if the council agrees on that requirement, then we would need 2 proofs of residency as part of the application. As far as the actual appointment process would go, we would recommend that the council follow a similar process that is used for boards and commissions. So we would receive the applications, the city clerk's office would do their diligence to verify the eligibility requirements, and then on March 2nd at 5 p.m. You would hold interviews where council members would have an opportunity to ask questions of all the candidates, and then at the end they would deliberate on selecting that candidate, or selecting a candidate to fill the remainder of the term. And I think that's all I had. I'm open to questions on the process or on any, clarifications that you would like.
Is there questions from the council?
Yeah, I have.
Councilmember Davis?
Hassam, do you know how many votes or how many voters would be in District 5 to get that person elected? I mean, we know that it's like either 2,500 to 3,500 votes to get on council, but is that the same number that they actually need to get someone elected in District 5?
So all 6 districts that are in the city right now are roughly equal in size in terms of the population, not necessarily in terms of the registered voters. So in terms of the residents population, all 6 districts are the legal requirements is that the difference between the largest and the smallest district, based on how you draw the lines, cannot be more than 5%. In terms of residents. Now, in terms of registered voters, the lines are not drawn legally based on the number of registered voters. It's just based on
So we
residents.
wouldn't really know.
Well, we have not yet held a district-based election for District 5, so we don't have any kind of historical data about how many people actually turn out to vote from District 5.
Okay.
You can look at voter turnout within the precincts of District 5, because all of the districts are drawn to conform with existing precinct boundaries, voting precinct boundaries. So if somebody wanted to, they could actually go and tally up all the voter turnout from the precincts within what is now currently District 5 and see what voter turnout has been in the past. So that data is available.
Okay.
But November 2020 would be the very first time that District 5 would have participated in a district-based council election.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I answered your question.
No, you did, but is it easier to declare the vacancy and then worry about the process, or do you want that all together?
We can do it. We can do it that way. So, I mean, it doesn't make a difference. You need to declare the vacancy today anyway. Right. So, you can do it however the mayor pleases.
No. Okay.
So,
all right.
yeah.
I'm hearing no over here. So, okay. All right, thank you.
We'll just keep everything together.
Okay.
All right, any other questions for the city clerk from council? All right. Okay, I guess we'll go to public and then council comments. I have Mary Grizzle, Suds Jane, and then Lee Brofman. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council and City Manager. The reason I'm here tonight is because I feel an urgency that the council select the council member seat that is vacant immediately. District 5 is very complicated. We have a lot of things going on, not only with reclaiming our downtown, but all the building in the surrounding areas, and many controversies sometimes. But as you know, my health has been going down a little bit, and I feel it urgent that that seat be filled immediately, as opposed to waiting until November because of all the activity going on right now. And I want to see the downtown come to fruition before I die. So I'm urging everybody to please, please consider selecting somebody immediately. I can't wait until, I know that all of you have been stepping in. I've had many, many requests from the district, the people living in the district, that they've had a lot of problems with getting questions answered and stuff. And I know you all are there, and I recommend they go to you, but you each have your own district, and it's not the same. We need somebody appointed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jane, and then Lee Brofman. Welcome.
I believe that council appointments are in violation of the intent of the CVRA. I believe that council appointments are a very easy way to maintain status quo, which discriminates against minorities. There is no protection to prevent an all-male council from appointing only men in an appointment process. The last time council appointed someone to be a council member, that person went on easily to win the election for that same seat as an appointed incumbent. That person was white, and the council remained all white despite a number of very qualified minority candidates. I fear that the same thing will happen again with an appointment for this seat, which is why I oppose the process of appointing. Interestingly, this happened before we had district elections, and that council member has consistently refused to meet with me despite many attempts to set up a meeting. It just goes to show how not being in the in crowd disadvantages new candidates. I fear I would have no chance to get appointed in this round despite having a record of being very engaged in the city as a planning commissioner, chair of the Charter Review Committee, BART Community Working Group member, El Camino Advisory Group member, OCRA member, and a member of the Chief of Police Advisory Committee. I applaud Patty Mahan and Pat Kolstad for their valiant efforts to block the council appointment for Dominic Caserta's seat, since I am certain an appointment vote would have just put another of the council majority's friends in the seat. I saw the appointment process as a sham, since the candidate choices were essentially made even before the meeting started. I was surprised by how vengeful the council was when it voted to formally admonish council members Mahan and Kolstad for their courageous votes. We all know that keeping the seat open allowed two awesome council members to get elected in 2018, including a minority. As I have watched the council votes lately, most of them have been 4-3. Leaving the seat open won't change the council outcomes and won't make the council gridlocked. Leave the seat open and let the people vote.
Thank you. Ms. Brofman?
My name is Lee Brofman, and when would the person be, if we did wait till November, when would they be appointed, when would they actually be sworn in? December?
December.
So that means 10 months that district has to go without someone. So I don't live in District 5, but I totally support appointing somebody so you have a person to go to. If I realize if Proposition C passes, there would be 2 people in a district and you would have a backup. But we don't have that right now, and so I really highly hope that you appoint somebody. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, please come forward. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Bob O'Keefe, longtime resident and homeowner in District 5. I was going to speak tonight, but one of the prior speakers, Mary Grizzle, something just struck me when she was talking about the urgency to have someone appointed. I trust each and every one of you to make an appointment. I also trust each and every one of you if you decide not to appoint. The charter actually says any vacancy shall be filled by appointment, or if not, then to the election. But what Mary said, District 5 does need somebody in there soon for one of the biggest things going on in District 5 is the early stages of a new revitalized downtown area. I know that each of you fill in, and you do a great job filling in to do it. The mayor showed up and took over the NERC last night for us, and it was good. It was good communication going on there. But for the mayor to fill in on this, I believe she won't be able to vote on any item for the new downtown because she owns property there. And Mary said that we need people right away to take that up, and that just struck me. So, in your deliberations tonight, if the 6 of you can agree that it possibly could agree that the vote would be 5-6 or 6-0, please appoint. If you feel that you can't, that's fine too. We can wait for the election. But the code actually says that you shall appoint, and if unable, then go to the election. So thank you, and many of us have faith that you'll do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Keefe. Please come forward. Good evening.
Hello. My name is Benjamin Cooley. I was on the charter committee that we just kind of wrapped up on. One of the arguments that was made before us was that once we move to districts, you basically have kind of people having their own, say, ownership over issues in their districts. And the response that I heard at the time, I remember this was, well, I get elected, but I'm elected for the entire city. And so therefore, we should be able to kind of, it doesn't really matter if we get elected out of districts, we still own the entire city, which, I was kind of, okay, that makes sense at the time. Then when this vacancy came up, the first thing I remember hearing was, okay, we have the vacancy now, we want to make sure we get on top of, I believe it was a VTA issue that was coming in because there was going to be, it was going to cross into District 5, and there was concern about, if there's not someone from there. And I just thought it was pretty stunning to see, like, already the kind of ownership of districts has come into play. And if that's going to be the case of where we're actually punting or at least deferring items that we think are going to apply to that district, then I would say it's just incredibly important to appoint somebody. I do agree that Measure C, if we get it, will address this issue, just like in the Senate. If we lose a senator, we have 2 from California. That way you don't have the situation of somebody just being gone. But right now we do, and the alternative, I think, would be the council to really commit that they're not going to get into that mold, because if we start deferring things from districts as we don't have a representative from them, that's just not fair to the members of that district. Thank you.
Thank you, Benjamin. Please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Will Connor. I'm also a resident in District 5. I'd just like to echo what Mr. O'Keefe said. I think as long as there's a good faith effort put forth by the council to legitimately kind of appoint someone, that's certainly the process that I think should be followed. If there's a sense that there probably won't be that consensus, then probably going through the process just to go through the process and have a similar situation as what happened with Caserta is probably not the best option, so just keep that in mind. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I thought here a few seconds about whether I was going to say something, but I feel like I do need to make some comments about what Mr. Janes said. I feel like I was listening to some revisionist history because First of all, I feel like I've known Mr. Jane for years and have worked well with him on a number of items and respect his contributions. But I think he has forgotten that I believe I made a motion to appoint him to the opening on the council. And I tried, and others tried also. We tried to appoint. We had a lot of great candidates that night. And I do resent that because I full-heartedly supported a number of those candidates, and any one of them would have served well. And I don't appreciate being said that I was going for old white guys when I certainly, I believe we nominated Eversley Forte, we nominated Mr. Jane, we nominated Kevin Park, we nominated Dr. Nadeem, and we were not able to get the necessary fifth vote for any of those candidates. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to discuss about some of the points which were raised by residents. One thing is about district not being represented, or you don't have a person to go to. So we had a couple of times as a council, we had a governance sessions, and every council member committed, irrespective of our geographical boundaries, we will be helping each and every resident. And till now, I don't think we faced any. I got some emails from different districts, and I was able to forward them with the CC to respective council members. So that notion that a district without a council member on this dais is not being represented, I don't agree with that. And look at we had the residents coming here today from Briarwood. Each and every council member over here raised the issue. Yes, we all need to make sure their problem is heard. So that notion that we only have to go to a particular council member, and if he's not there, you're not being represented, I would disagree with that. And every one of us have given the same opinion when we were on the governance session with the outside consultant. So rest assured, if I hear back from any one of you, I'll be more than happy to help. And I think each one of us will be taking care of your needs. So I wanted to make sure that is very clear to our residents on District 5. Irrespective of whatever happens on the appointment or no appointment or election, your issues will be well heard of by the council over here. Coming back to appointment process, one thing is very clear. There was a reason that this supermajority was given as per Measure Q, if I'm not mistaken, to the council, because it's one way to get an election of any candidate, because that responsibility lies with each and every resident of that particular district. Anybody can be on the council. But when we are picking somebody, the standards, at least for me, standards will be very high, whether somebody has done what is expected, or somebody has shown real leadership in the past, somebody has shown real involvement in the city, somebody who is already ready to go. So those will be my standard. I'm being very outright. Those will be my standard as a supermajority. But I'm open to either one of the cases, but I just wanted to give those comments over here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member want to make some comments? Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I remember that night very well, Councilmember O'Neill. I think we were here until 2 o'clock in the morning, and there were a lot of great candidates here that night, and I take exception to the comment made by Mr. Jane, because if we had been able to appoint one of those great candidates, whether it was Hossam, it was Mr. Jane, or if it was Dr. Nadeem, or if it was Kevin Park, we would have had a person of color on this council that could then have become a an incumbent candidate come November, giving them the the ability to run as a candidate, as an official of this city, and just like I was able to do when I was appointed in 2016, almost 4 years ago. And frankly, I take exception to the comment about white people, because frankly, if I'm up here, I better be representing this whole city. Otherwise, I should not be sitting here. There are a lot of great candidates out there, and especially in District 5. And I am very much open to having somebody from District 5 be appointed to that open seat, because the residents of District 5 have gone without representation for almost 2 years, unfortunately because of former council member Mahan's health. There is a lot going on in the downtown right now, and those people deserve representation. They deserve somebody that's going to not be able to have to excuse themselves from this dais because they're conflicted. So I am fully open to having somebody appointed to the open seat. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the council? No? All right. I really can't respond much to Mr. Jane's comments. Besides, I like Councilmember O'Neill calling it revisionist history. That would be the nice way of what I would call what those comments were about. Because if it wasn't for the two people that he praised, he would have been sitting on this council. But those two people that he praised, Councilman Pat Kolstad and Mahan, were the two that didn't vote for him. The four of us did, that were sitting up here. So talk about changing history. That was shameful. It was shameful. But moving on, trying to be positive about this, and that I'm just sorry that negativity just took me back a lot because of the nature of what was said was just shameful. But I want to say that District 5, now that we're in districts, it's a little bit different. When we were elected at large and we could select community members at large to fill seats, it was a little bit different. But now that we have 6 districts and this particular district does not have a representative, I think it changes the game. And so those who are for districts are now arguing against maybe why we shouldn't appoint, but yet you're for districts, I don't get it. But District 5 does not have a representative. And I know because I have been taking, although I'm elected by the entire city at large, so District 5 is part of what my job is, and I have been taking a lot of the community comments in the last couple of years. Just the last week alone, I've met with 2 or 3 community members, District 5, with District 5 issues. It desperately needs a representative, and a representative that's going to work for this district. Of a lot of the districts in the city, this one is has a lot going on. We've got a major university with major issues, as those of us at the Neighborhood University Relations Committee last night knows that there's a lot of ongoing issues, especially neighborhood issues in that community with the university. We have the major transportation hub where BART is coming in that area, and there's the transportation plans that we're working on with VTA and other things in that area. We have the El Camino specific plan that we're working on, and this district's in charge of, a big part of the El Camino and the redevelopment of the El Camino. And of course, on the top of the list is the downtown specific plan and bringing the downtown back, which is probably the #1 issue in District 5. Because I work in District 5, I own a building, I'm not able to vote, and I'm the only other person that's responsible to the voters. We can all sit up here and say, yes, we all look at the city as a whole, but I think that's part of our, and I've always called it our district denial. We're denying that we're in districts because at the end of the day, it's the voters. You have to bring home the bacon to your district is what, those are the people that you're directly responsible to, the voters in your district, even though we still all look at the city as a whole. District 5's unrepresented, so I don't think any one of us up here can say that District 5 doesn't deserve a representative now, or I don't think any one of us up here can really deny putting a representative in District 5. They deserve it just like the rest of the city, especially, shoot, we even have a parade in District 5. I mean, there's a lot going on in District 5. So I think that I would like to try to appoint someone, whether we get to that or not. Who's going to know until we see who applies, what their qualifications are? And I vote based on qualifications. I don't vote based on someone's skin color. I don't. I vote who I think is going to be the best representative for District 5. So I think that it's really important that we go out and we see what's out there and we see who comes forward. Maybe we'll agree on someone, maybe we won't, because we put that level at a supermajority level. We all supported that. In fact, I think the ballot measure was written by our city clerk, and we all supported that. And we truly believe, because we all have to work together. So I think that we should go out there, we should solicit, because we are in districts now. It's easy to go to an election, but if you're elected in November, you sit in December, it's going to be, 10 months before you have a representative, and then to get them up to speed and everything else. And guess what? Our city's moving a lot faster than that. We don't have time to wait. And I know that all the other representatives, everybody's been pitching in on District 5, pitching in. But I think what I'm hearing, District 5 people that I talk to, they want a champion. They want someone to lead their district that's responsible and accountable to their district, that they can hold accountable in their district. I want to caution anybody who applies. It's not going to be an easy job in District 5, because there's a lot of activity. It's, as our city manager would say, it's a very high-touch district, to say the least. It's a high-touch district, but the fact of the matter is I'm not going to deny you a representative, and I'd at least like to try. So I'm hoping that the council maybe will look at least starting a process, whether we get someone or not. Who knows who's going to come forward on the District 5, but we should at least try. Those are my thoughts. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I think you said it very well. I also resent such Jane and your comments, because why, do you have amnesia about what happened a while ago? And the fact that you said that just really blows my mind, but that's okay. You're entitled to your opinion. But I was a proponent of taking the at-large chief of police and going to an election, because once again, it's at large. And the mayor brings up a great point about district denial. We have districts, and we're supposed to represent the people, but for 10 months to be without that person, and you've got people sitting here saying they want a representative. So I basically feel that the process, I would like to make a motion to at least attempt where it says in the charter, we can appoint. So let's do the process. Let's see what happens. Thank you for Measure Q, because that was a safeguard. 5 fits. So that we don't go through, 5, 6, sorry, that we don't go through, this person that I don't know, I guess in their world out there, some people think that we're going to put in somebody that we want. So, that just really bothers me that is even stated. But at the same time, I also agree with the mayor. We vote for the person. We don't vote for what they look like, where they came from, or anything about it. It's a job, and it is a hard job. So I would like to make a motion to do the process of an appointment. So the motion would be to declare the vacancy open, and also to find a process to appoint. Is that the second part of it?
Yeah, I'd like to do, it's 2 separate motions, please.
That's what I asked you earlier. You said you wanted it together.
We can do them back to back, but let's keep them as 2 separate motions if that's okay. Yes.
So first declare the vacancy.
Declare the seat vacant.
Okay, first declare the seat vacant.
Motion second to declare the seat vacant. Any comments or questions on that? Okay. Please register your vote. That passes unanimously.
Okay, the second motion would be to find the process in which we can appoint per the charter and see what comes out of that.
Do you want to clarify that,
Yes, I'd like
City
some
Clerk?
clarification. So do you intend to find the process, or do you intend to follow what is
No, follow the
outlined here?
process of appointment.
Okay.
And then whatever happens,
Okay,
happens.
and then just to clarify, because again, staff doesn't make a recommendation on this item, but we've outlined potential dates. Are you okay with the dates, and are you okay with the process of following boards and commissions?
Yes.
And are
Yes.
you
We
also
only
okay
have
with-
30 days.
Yeah, we only have 30 days. So the process that you already have in place that we use for commissions, yes.
Okay, and then the last one, which is to specify that you will only consider candidates who reside within District 5.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have all that, Nora?
And I second
Mayor,
that.
Mayor, if I can say something, I'm actually out of town March 2nd. I thought I had told the staff that, but when they were choosing dates, but I'm at a conference, actually, out of town. And I don't.
Okay, so we'll find
A date.
another date.
So the deadline to fill the vacancy would be March 12th.
Okay.
We selected March, we wanted to do it as a special meeting, so it's not with the other, because I know these interview processes can go long depending on how many candidates apply. The third is election day, so we'd probably want to avoid that. And I know there's only one other Monday after that, which is the 9th. So we can take an action to come back with a date if
We
if
should
the
say
council
it now
do-
so everybody knows,
Okay.
because it's such a short, when is the deadline is the 11th
The
of?
12th.
The 12th?
You need
What
to
about the
appoint somebody by the
9th?
12th.
So he said the 9th he's open. It's
What
a
about the
Monday night.
9th?
Yeah, special meeting.
Council?
Yes, I'm good.
I'm good. Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
In the evening.
So do you
The
want that put
9th?
into the motion that the date will be, appointment date will be on March 9th, Monday, March 9th, a special meeting?
Are we okay with, we're okay with 9th?
I would like the public to
Okay.
know what the date is,
Yes,
so.
okay. Yeah, it's fine.
okay.
Okay, so we'll put it in the motion then.
Does that still make the deadline, you suggested February 21st? Do you want to adjust that?
Oh, in terms of the deadline of applications?
Right. Because you based that on March 2nd.
That is correct. Does the council wish to extend the deadline by an additional week?
Yes, let's extend it,
So
so
then
we
the
can.
deadline would be the 28th at 5 PM?
Yes, let's do that. Deadline 28, that gives us more time.
So we have a meeting in here, it's the Civil Service Commission, and it is a quasi-judicial commission, and it requires that it be live streamed. So it
What time
usually-
is their meeting?
7 PM? So you could
On
do it
March
sooner.
9th.
Could we make theirs later and ours earlier? People have to work, and they have to come after work. They live stream at the library?
The 10th?
Can we move the civil service to the library? Civil service? I don't know why they live stream, they never did before, but can they change their meeting date?
We will figure it out. We can
Okay.
figure it out.
I think this takes precedence.
Or the 10th?
No, we have a meeting.
We have a meeting.
Yeah, let's reschedule the Civil Service Commission. Okay.
Okay, so if I'm
So
hearing
Nora, you got the
correctly.
dates?
Yeah, so let me recap the dates.
Let's make sure we have it clear. When are the applications due, and what's the date of the interviews?
So the applications will open up for applications tomorrow, and which is the 12th of February, and it will remain open until 5 PM Friday, February 28th. And the special meeting to hold the interviews for applicants to fill the vacancy will be March 9th.
Monday.
And a Monday, March 9th. And do we have 5 PM here?
Do we have a meeting on March 10th?
I don't show it.
I have it canceled on here.
Well, we're March 9th. We're all talking March 9th. Okay. All right.
And it would be at 5 p.m. The interviews would be at 5 p.m. on March 9th.
It's 5 p.m. though. What if people are working and they have to?
We've had a problem with that in the
Yes,
past.
we should have 6.
6 o'clock is better.
Okay, we
Okay,
can make it
6 o'clock. Thank you. Do you like all this? We're like telling you what to do.
I think we got it all.
Oh, well,
This
we
is
haven't
how-
even
this is
voted
how the
on
sausage
this,
is made.
guys. Okay, but we just want to make sure what the motion says.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Did we have a second?
I seconded it.
And Karen, Vice Mayor seconded it. Motion second for the appointment.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
May I ask
Yes.
a clarification question from the city attorney on this one? It just came to the point like if somebody cannot attend due to one reason or the other, what happens? The majority goes to 4 out of 5 then, or all 5 have to be unanimous?
Still need 5. That would mean all present would need to
All
vote.
present, like you minimum need 5 council members to do that.
You would need 5 council members
Even
to
if
appoint.
4 of us showed up, you still need 5.
No, it's 4
right?
of
No
showed
matter
up,
what.
then you
Now,
can't
I
appoint.
mean, if you can't attend, but you can call in,
Okay.
Yeah.
then you can vote that way.
Okay, I just wanted for clarification question, like, is it
No,
4
it's
of the 5 or
always
the full
5.
5?
You would need 5.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for appointment on March 9th, and applications due the 28th of February.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, just want to confirm, the motion of, the maker of the motion, Debbie Davis,
Yes.
seconded by,
Yes.
Vice Mayor
Thank you.
Hardy. Okay, motion second. Oh, Councilmember Chall, do you have any other comments? Okay, all right. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Wish us luck. Okay. District 5 people, start lining up. Okay. All right. Thank you for that, everyone. All right. Next, we have a verbal report from City Clerk regarding March 2020 election. That's it. City Clerk.
All right, it's going to be one after the other here. So I did want to give a verbal update. Yesterday, the Governance Committee had a meeting where I also presented a portion of what I will be presenting tonight as a verbal update for what has been going on with regards to the March election and some of the activity that has been brewing with regards to the March election, and of course what several folks have seen in the news. And I wanted to, I know council, I think, has some material that I've provided that will be attached as post-meeting material. Great. And in that, I have several things that I will talk about. And for the benefit of the community, I will verbalize a lot of this as well. It will be included as post-meeting material in the meeting. Okay. Okay. So last week, I issued a press release about certain activity that has been going on with regards to the March election and potential violations of campaign expenditure reporting requirements that are part of the state law with regards to the Political Reform Act, but also a new city code as part of the dark money ordinance that the city passed in 2018. And so in this, now a lot has happened since that press release, but I did want to talk a little bit about, before going into the details of what has been going on, I did want to give the benefit to the community to understand when we talk about dark money, what exactly does that mean, and what kind of ramifications does dark money have towards, whether it's local elections or state or federal based elections. So as far as dark money goes, one of the requirements that we have in this country is that political expenditures, so any money that folks spend over a certain dollar amount to advocate for positions or candidates for political office need to be reported. At the federal and state level, there are mechanisms for individuals to create what are called campaign committees, and unfortunately, one of the methods by which people can funnel money to political campaigns is what's called dark money, where contributors contribute amounts of money, usually large amounts of money, through an organization that that would conceal the donors of that money. And so one of the common phrases that people say during elections is to follow the money. And when you want to figure out, and voters are doing their due diligence and research about issues or candidates, it often helps to understand who is funding certain candidates or initiatives. And so for the public to be able to follow the money, they need to be able to see who is contributing funds or resources or assistance to candidates and certain issues. So when individuals or organizations are able to contribute money through an intermediary that does not disclose who the source of that money was, that is what is called dark money. And it prevents voters from being able to trace down the origin or the source of that money. Now, in 2018, Santa Clara passed a really first of its kind ordinance from, as far as I know, any city in California or maybe possibly even the United States that explicitly calls out dark money. It's the title of the ordinance or the section in our city charter. And in that, in our city code. And in that, basically, the city has protected itself against dark money contributions by requiring anybody who contributes $100 or more to any organization or candidate that is doing political activity specifically within Santa Clara, requiring them or obligating them to report that contribution. And failure to conform to that or failure to report that contribution subjects the violator to pretty harsh penalties. And this is one of the benefits of having this dark money ordinance is that the penalties that have been put into this ordinance really give it teeth. And so some of the, let me just kind of list out what those penalties are. It's the city ordinance says failure to report this contribution would subject the violator to the enforcement provisions set forth in, and then it provides the number of the city code, including but not limited to prosecution as an infraction or a misdemeanor, civil action for injunctive relief or for damages by any city resident that can include recovery of treble damages, cost of litigation including attorney's fees, this is an interesting one, disqualification of an elected official who benefited from the contribution from voting on a matter in which the contributor has a financial interest. And this is an also very serious one, and material breach of any contract the violator may have with the City of Santa Clara or the Santa Clara Stadium Authority and be grounds of termination of said contract. So a lot of that sounds like legal mumbo jumbo. So I want to kind of simplify, if you will indulge me, with kind of an analogy that I've been explaining to some of my friends who have been asking what's going on. And really, if for example, in the city of Santa Clara, there was an organization that filed, and in that, they filed that name of that organization as Santa Clarans for Increased Civic Participation, which is a very noble initiative, increasing civic participation. And part of that initiative was that they were proposing a ballot amendment or an initiative within the city to require or mandate that ice cream be served free at charge at every council meeting. And if you looked at, what they were proposing, they would have required that the city provide enough ice cream or purchase and make available enough ice cream for every resident in the city at every council meeting. And by doing so, it would increase civic participation because everybody loves ice cream. And this organization started contributing a lot of money towards this campaign, but they were doing so by concealing the origin of the money. That would be called dark money. Now, in Santa Clara, with the dark money ordinance, those contributors are obligated to report any contribution of $100 or more. So in Santa Clara, we discover who is contributing that money, and we require them to be in compliance. And we find out that Baskin-Robbins is funding this initiative because certainly it would be a good be good business for them. And we find out that Baskin-Robbins are working with political consultants Ben and Jerry, who are helping to advocate in the community. So I know it's a little bit of levity, but it's kind of to explain how dark money has been used in the country, but also in many cities and local jurisdictions to conceal the source of funds. Now, people still may support the notion of having free ice cream at every council meeting, and everybody's certainly free to vote in the affirmative or in opposition to any ballot measure or any candidate. But certainly when we have these dark money ordinance and provisions to protect the city from dark money, it allows the voters to discover and identify the source of the contribution so they can make an informed decision. So, and certainly in the example that I'm providing, they would know that the major funding source for this initiative would have been Baskin-Robbins with support from Ben and Jerry. So that's just kind of an analogy that I like to use to explain it. So once again, this isn't about, and certainly me as the elections official and our office here in the city clerk's office is impartial to any initiative and candidate that may run for the city. But the idea is that it is our duty and responsibility to ensure that we have fair and transparent elections in Santa Clara, and that voters and residents have a right to know who is supporting ballot initiatives or candidates. And as the elections official, I intend to enforce that to the fullest extent of the law. So, following what's been going on, because this is the first council meeting that we've had since a lot of activity has happened, you may recall that in the January 14th council meeting, I brought forward an informational report about some activity that was happening in December of last year, where several residents, myself included, personally got a anonymous phone call in the form of a poll. And in that, the pollster, although I attempted to find out who, by asking, the pollster, the person asking the questions on the phone, who they were collecting the survey on behalf of, it was anonymous. And in the poll itself, they asked a lot of questions that were extremely leading towards Measure C. Or about Measure C, but they asked a lot of questions about the council members and the city manager. And at the January 14th meeting, I brought forward this information, and given that nobody had, no individual or organization had come forward or reported any sort of political activity or campaign expenditures, I brought forward at the January 14th meeting an informational report and asking the community to really reach out if they had any information as to who might be behind it. And certainly after giving that report, we heard from many community members who actually, confirmed getting this anonymous phone call. On Friday, January 31st, January 31st is an interesting date because that would have been the deadline. January 31st was the deadline for campaign expenditure reporting for any activity that occurred between July and December 31st of last year. So all of that that political activity, the phone calls, that anonymous phone calls that people received, was activity that occurred in December and any time leading up to that in terms of preparing that poll would have been required to be reported by January 31st. And on January 31st, the city had not received any expenditure reports or campaign filings. And on January 31st, I sent a notice letter, a warning notice letter, to 7 individuals that I was given information that were involved in this poll. Those 7 individuals were Jed York, the CEO of the 49ers, Al Guido, the president of the 49ers, Jim Mercurio and Rahul Chandak, both executive VPs with the 49ers. Also Kevin Moore and Ed McGovern, both registered lobbyists with the City of Santa Clara, and David Metz, who is a partner and president of FM3 Research, which is a political research and consulting firm that conducts polls. And in that letter, which I had left a copy in all of your post-meeting material packets, and it will be made available online, all 7 letters, I informed them of potential campaign expenditure reporting violation, and I also made it very clear to them that Santa Clara has this dark money ordinance that they are obligated to, that anybody is obligated to conform to if contributions of $100 or more are made towards any political activity. So that was on Friday, January 31st. The next business day, which was Monday, February 3rd, the city clerk's office received an official campaign reporting form informing the city of the creation of a No on C Santa Clarans for Voting Rights campaign committee sponsored by Jed York and affiliated entities, including the 49ers Football Company. And the NFL Franchise and Stadium Management was the industry group affiliation or sponsor. And they also filed a contribution report, which you also have in your packet, of having received $17,125 that day. The next day, Tuesday, February 4th, the city received notice of a letter that was shared with us by one of the reporters who was collecting information about this and writing stories about it. And in that letter, it was a letter to the attention of Rahul Chandak of the 49ers from the Asian Law Alliance requesting that the 49ers help the Asian Law Alliance to defeat Measure C. The next day, on February 5th, the city received an additional contribution report in the amount of $300,000 from Jed York and the 49ers to this campaign committee. So I wanted to give this, this informational report to the council based on the activity that has been going on since then. As of today, we have not received any expenditure filings for any activity that has been done, neither expenditure nor contribution filings for any activity that was done last year in the time period of July to the end of December. And even with the contribution reports that were given to this committee by Jed York and the 49ers, because we did not have any reports or filings from to this committee dated or to cover the period of July to December, I sent a letter on Friday, February 7th, so a week after I sent them the initial letter, and I sent this to the attention of Jed York as the main sponsor of the No on C campaign committee, as well as Russell Miller and Rebecca Olson, who are the treasurer and assistant treasurers of the campaign committee. And in that letter, I asked them to seek clarification as to whether or not the amounts that they had reported were correctly reported for the dates at which they listed it, which was February 3rd and February 4th. And if there were any other expenditures or contributions that were done in the period between July and end of December of last year, which is when the poll went out. So I did ask them for clarification on that, and that was last Friday on February 7th. And since then, I have not received a response from the campaign committee or Jed York, the sponsor of this campaign committee. So having not received an official response from them about this, there is still an outstanding lack of expenditure reporting or contribution reports from the activity that was occurred in December of last year. Which would still constitute a violation of our dark money ordinance because contributions of $100 or more were not reported. Now, I do want to also point out that contributions can come in the form of monetary contributions, but they can also come in the form of what's called in-kind contribution. So somebody who, a professional would, volunteer their time, and they would say, nope, it's on the house, but that would need to be reported as an in-kind contribution for the value of what they would have charged or it would have cost. So with that, I have that update. I'm open to questions. We are pursuing this with the FPPC. I have contacted the FPPC. They are legally tasked with violations of the Political Reform Act, which is a statewide act that ensures transparency and fair elections across the state. And we're also working with the city attorney's office as far as enforcing our local ordinance, which is the dark money ordinance, and any ramifications of violating that may entail.
So as far as we know, there's been no reporting from anybody of the political activity regarding Measure C that took place in December of last year.
So far, we don't have any reports, expenditure or contribution reports of that period.
Okay. Other council questions, comments? Councilmember Watanabe, and then O'Neill.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So Hassan, thank you for the update. I noticed out of the 7 letters that you sent out, it looks like you've only received 1 response from Kevin Moore. Have there been any other responses?
So out of the 7 letters I sent out, I've only received 1 response in writing. Mr. Moore did reach out, and his attorney also reached out, denying the allegations in the letter. And you also have a copy of the letter provided by, I can't even find it here for myself, provided by Kevin, Mr. Moore, also in the denying any activity for the December poll or the activity that was done at that time. All the other individuals that were sent letters did not respond. However, as I mentioned, the next business day after sending out the letter, we did have a campaign filing from Jed York and the 49ers, and also the contribution report of $17,000, $125 the next business day. So while it may not be an official response in the form of a letter, I find that as a response to my notice to them the preceding business day.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and Mayor, if you'll just indulge me a moment, I had written something up that I just wanted to share in relation to the presentation I knew that we would be getting. I just wanted to just state, on behalf of, the interest that the city has been receiving on behalf of Measure C and the outside interests that keep growing, it seems. And there are just the fact that there are now former electeds, including the former chief of police, electeds who don't live in our city, and now the football team that Santa Clarans invited to come and play in our city are funding the campaign against Measure C. Why? Does it have anything to do with the mysterious phone survey done almost as soon as we put Measure C on the ballot? One has to wonder what the results of the survey were, and, of course, no one is disclosing that information. The 49ers claim their involvement in Measure C is part of their civic duty in Santa Clara, the city that voted to bring them to Santa Clara and built a beautiful stadium for them, making their value worth $3.5 billion. Since the stadium opened in 2014, the team has surged to a top 5 team based on value. Yet the team management continues to impact our city in a negative way. They continually claim the city isn't making money because of the curfew. They agreed to the curfew as a condition of approval to build a stadium and protect the surrounding neighborhoods from noise and impacts from events during the week. If the 49ers are concerned about civic duty, there are lots of ways to do it. Drop the tax appeal that diverted $36 million in property taxes away from our school district, community college, and city. Our school district had to return $13 million. Our school district had to return $13 million in tax revenue. $3 million was returned from the community college and $3 million from the city. The county tax assessor has filed a lawsuit against the tax appeal, but it should never, ever, ever have happened. Our city has great parks and playgrounds. Funding is needed for the Magical Bridge Playground. Now there's a great civic duty project. In the end, I'm very, very disappointed to see outside interests, electeds from outside our city who have taken money from Jed York, trying to influence our elections and the stadium curfew. And I am more so concerned about local candidates now taking money from the 49ers. Whose interests are they all representing? I think of the movie It's a Wonderful Life. What if we didn't have a council majority that works hard to hold the 49ers accountable to the promises they made? Would we be a Pottersville or a 49ersville? There is a reason why we stand up and we're not afraid to do the right thing, because in the end, right overcomes wrong. In the end, we are Bedford Falls. We are the city of Santa Clara. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. Councilmember O'Neill, you got to top that one.
No,
Okay.
I know when I'm topped here. Thank you, and I get misty-eyed thinking about Jimmy Stewart walking the streets of Bedford Falls. And it's either that or Mr. Smith goes to Washington. You know, I went this past fall. I was feeling a little depressed. I went up to the Stanford Theater and watched a couple of Jimmy Stewart movies, and that was one of them. And it was to give me some inspiration for hanging in there. So I want to thank the city clerk and the city attorney and the assistant city clerk for their great work on this, because this is something that's in the interest of all of the residents of Santa Clara. And you know, every day in the news we hear about the influence of money, good and bad, in terms of elections. I listened to a very interesting program on the radio today about how many data points the certain political parties have on each and every one of us, and how they know how to influence us, and all of that. So it is, you know, one of the things I like to say is the price of liberty is eternal vigilance. And so whether it's here in Santa Clara or whether it's for our state or our nation, we do have to be vigilant all the time. So I particularly laud the city clerk, the assistant city clerk, and our city attorney for what they've been doing on our behalf. So one thing I did want to note that I want to say I appreciate that Mr. Moore at least had the courtesy to reply to the letters. And he has stated that he didn't have the knowledge of what was in the clerk's letters. So one of the things, so if we don't get any other responses, I mean, you know, just because I guess you can't assume somebody's, I mean, I know things, the timing is looking very suspicious, but if somebody is silent, if they don't say, you know, like if the other people don't say anything, can we don't really have any other recourse, do we, if they don't respond? If we don't have other evidence?
I'm happy to say that that is actually not the case. And if it were, that would be a very sad state of defeatist attitude. But thankfully, we do have a state organization, the FPPC, the Fair Political Practices Commission, that actually has legal authority when they investigate these matters to actually get to the bottom of this.
So they could subpoena? Or,
absolutely.
Okay.
And we are working with them to make sure that we do get to the bottom of this. This is serious business, and elections integrity security is one of my top responsibilities, and I will make sure that our elections are fair and transparent, and people are free to vote whichever way they want, and that's okay. But to meddle in our elections and try to hide behind not disclosing who is funding things is not okay, and that is what we will continue to pursue.
Okay. So then, if any resident has any additional info, or anybody has any additional information, they should still reach out to your office and contact you.
Absolutely. So, I mean, this is, it is because of the diligence of our community members who have stepped up and said, hey, we got this phone call too, and the information that led to me sending out those 7 letters that we are where we are today. And I would absolutely encourage any residents that have more information about this or any other future item to come, whether publicly or anonymously. We're happy to take any of that, and we will investigate it to the fullest extent.
Okay, great. I have a couple other questions about the letter that you received. It was dated February 1st, purportedly from the Asian Law Alliance. So you received that letter from a member of the press? That was the February 1st letter to Mr. Shondock?
Yeah.
So that came to you from a member of the press?
Yes.
And did they say that this was the form? Because the way we see it here, it looks like it's like a Word file or something. It's not on a official letterhead, and it does not have a signature.
The way you have it is the way we received it.
So it's kind of interesting. A letter from an organization like that usually would be on a letterhead. Have we had any other confirmation from Mr. Conda? Do we know, has he made any statements about this?
We haven't had any formal communication from him or letters from him directly on this. So the city doesn't have that. There's certainly been some news reporting that has happened over the last couple of weeks, and some statements that have been made, and further statements that were done by the 49ers, in a press release that they issued. But other than those, we have not received any other formal communication.
From Mr. Conda. Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Assam, for that report. We were really proud of this dark money ordinance because I think we're the first city in the nation to come up with this dark money ordinance, and it was based on what happened to us in the election in 2016 when we have a group called Blue PAC that came out and made all kinds of accusations. They were just really horrible accusations against people, and everybody got them on text messages and emails and brochures in the mail that spoke to you. You opened them up and they said terrible things. I've never seen anything like that. So a lot of money was spent, and nobody took responsibility for it. They hid behind a 501c4 organization. So that really led us to say, hey, we've never had that problem in Santa Clara before, anything like that. And they have in more, national elections or big elections with big, national and state propositions and things like that. We've never had it down at our level before. So we worked with the city attorney's office and the city clerk to come up with this dark money ordinance. So I think this is the first of its kind ordinance in the United States for a city of our size. And this is possibly our first offense, offense of this. So it's important because other cities are looking at us. We're not the only city that has, a business that's trying to take over the city council or the governance of the city. There's other cities that have big businesses and organizations in their cities, like Anaheim has Disney, and there's others that we hear about up and down the peninsula where, businesses are trying to get involved. But usually they do it and they're upfront and they say who they are and they're very honest and open about it. And, nothing can stop them from doing it, but they just have to tell you who they are. What really bothered us in Santa Clara through Blue PAC is they hid behind this, and we didn't want this to go on in the future. So I appreciate your diligence in, finding that poll, which was geared toward people voting a certain way on our measure. But it disturbs me that nobody has taken responsibility for that to this moment. So that was paid for with dark money. So I appreciate your diligence. Other cities are watching what we do. We're hoping other cities also follow our lead. And we aggressively look at this to show that we mean business and we want to keep elections clean in Santa Clara. So regardless of how you vote on any measures or for any candidates, if you're going to spend money in Santa Clara, you better tell us who you are and be open about it. If not, we're going to do whatever we can to find out who you are and use all our resources necessary. So thank you for that. Is there any other comments from any council members? Councilmember Hall.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. So, City Clerk, thank you for the report and thank you for following that. I do agree anything illegal happening in the city as per our ordinance has to be followed up strictly and it needs to be taken care of. But in a broader aspect of the things, as mentioned partially by Councilmember O'Neill, our campaign finance laws have to be fixed. Like it's a bigger problem of how the money is influencing elections overall in a different ways. So those campaign laws have to be fixed. And unless we play a bigger role on those ones, I think we are not in a good shape on that. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
I'd just like to make a comment for the public, and that is that since Citizens United and several Supreme Court cases, we cannot limit contributions. All we can do is require disclosure. So I think we've gone the maximum here that we can do legally in terms of fixing campaign laws. Obviously, if billionaires can buy elections and billionaires can control how you, the citizens of Santa Clara, elect your council members, I mean, I think we've lost the battle for democracy. So it's very important that if billionaires are telling you how you should elect your council members, you'd be aware that they are billionaires and they are spending large amounts of money to get you to tell you how to elect your council members. And that's the whole point of dark money. So I think we really have, even now, had a success in the dark money ordinance because we have at least have the disclosure of who's behind the No on C campaign.
And City Attorney, you're very right, and that's the reason. Like a lot of presidential candidates are now saying we need to overturn Citizens United, and unless we fix that, we will keep facing these problems. So that's to answer that, we need to solve a bigger problem going down the line. Yep. Thank you.
If I may, so I absolutely agree with you, and I think obviously many people in the community, actually nationwide, have concerns about Citizens United, and as our attorney so eloquently put it, it's gone to the courts. It's been what Santa Clara has done with the dark money ordinance really is a pioneer. Like we've pioneered what a local jurisdiction can do in response to the Supreme Court rulings on Citizens United. We, as Ryan, our city attorney, so eloquently put it, the dark money ordinance is the best we can do, and it's actually quite effective, as we have seen in the last week or so, right? That people are not able to hide their contributions. Now, they can still pump as much money as they want. But I think Santa Clarans are smart enough to be able to follow the money, and that is what the dark money ordinance is there, is to allow Santa Clarans to follow the money and then make an informed decision. If they still want ice cream, they're still free to vote a certain way, and that's everybody's First Amendment freedom of speech rights in this country, and the freedom for anybody to vote which way or another that they so choose. But they're doing it with eyes wide open, and that's my job as the elections official, is to make sure that everything is transparent.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak? Please come forward. Welcome back.
Hello. Yeah, I have a question for either the clerk or the city attorney. I understand push polls are political because they're trying to get a thing. If this had just been a poll of, let's say I'm richer than I should be person, and I'm considering weighing in on a civic issue, and I want to know what people think before I decide to put my name out there, would that be considered political spending under the Dark Money Act? And if that's a no, when later I decide, hey, look, I see this poll, I think I could have my influence, it's worth getting in, I'm going to put my name out there as doing this, and I bring that information from the poll to a newly formed committee, would that be considered donation when the committee was formed, when I made that decision, or is it back when the poll was put in place?
So you can say, polls are actually covered under FEPC guidelines and regulations, and there's an entire section within the FEPC guidebook as to what kind of polls are allowed, the way you report costs or expenditures with regards to polls. They even have a detailed breakdown of the value of polls diminishing over time, because results from a poll that was made 10 years ago probably doesn't hold very much relevance today, and so they even have a formula of how to calculate the cost of a poll as time passes and the data gets, you're wearing a shirt about data, but as the data gets outdated. So that is all covered by the FEPC. So yes, it is required reporting. Clearly here we are getting some response to our letter about requiring to report it. The second thing about polling is that there are a million different ways to do polls, and certainly a poll or somebody calling you anonymously to explicitly tell you to vote one way or another may be advocacy for that issue, but polls can be designed in ways to directly influence voters, for something or against something without explicitly stating or informing voters or urging voters to vote that way or the other. So the FEPC does handle this sort of a situation. It is not clear cut as somebody urging the person on the other end of the phone line to vote one way or another, but it is something that they do regulate as well. So that is going to be part of the investigation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Clerk Hassan, but if they can do a poll as long as they say this is paid for by Joe Smith or something, as long as they just say who paid for it, right? They can do it. Right?
So if somebody is simply surveying, they are
Informational poll versus an advocacy poll.
right. So in the case, and again, this goes to the gray area that I was responding to Mr. Cooley about, which is if the phone caller, who's initiating the call, is not explicitly urging you to vote one way or another, then it is there's different buckets or categories of those push polls or push phone calls. But in the case of advocating for something by leading questions or misleading questions, the FEPC does look into that as well, and potentially even looking at the specific questions that were asked and making a determination as to whether that was an unbiased question or unbiased poll or something that was actually masking some certain advocacy.
Thank you.
So just one quick question. So all you can do is expose the dark money? All you can do is expose them and hope that the public follows the money and sees who they are and disregards them.
So there's two things that we do. The first one is we expose, or as you put it, or we just make it transparent. We require that people report and disclose what they're obligated to report and disclose. But violating any one of those disclosure requirements, we will enforce it as well. So we are working with the FEPC, who does have enforcement authority for the Fair Political or for the Political Reform Act, which is a statewide law, and they regularly throughout every election cycle issue fines, citations, potentially even, and maybe our city attorney can weigh in on some of the other ramifications that that the FEPC have maybe imposed on violators. But our dark money ordinance has very strict penalties for any violator. So for example, if somebody was participating in dark money activity and we're successful in electing a council member who then returned the favor, so to speak, to that dark money contributor, then that council member could be removed from office as one of the ramifications or the penalties from the dark money contribution. The other one, which is a severe one, you have civil penalties. Any resident in the city can actually file a civil lawsuit against the violator and, collect damages from that. And the last one, which I mentioned, is it would be material breach of contract if that violator has any contract with the City of Santa Clara or the Stadium Authority and grounds for termination of that contract. So in the example that I provided, if Baskin-Robbins was the provider of ice cream in the city cafeteria, and they had a contract with the city to provide ice cream in the city cafeteria, and they were found in violation of our dark money ordinance, then that contract could be terminated.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? All right, Councilmember Chahal, you have more comments?
Thank you, Mary. Just a follow-up question to Mr. Cooley's question. So the polls we conduct, like we're having a bond measure coming up, and there will be a presentation for that. Sometimes the cities conduct those through third-party consultant, the bond measure poll, which reflect, oh, okay, this many percentages are for it, this much percent are not for it. Are those considered to be reported then under FPPC, or they are not?
The key here is timing. The poll that occurred here came after the ballot measure was
after
on.
the filing.
Yeah, I mean, we're at the point that we're at.
Okay, before the filing is okay.
We're just surveying the public to see what they would like to see.
Got it.
As you, the council, putting on the ballot.
Okay. As long as they are before the filing date, no problem. There's no reporting to be done, nothing. That's okay. That's what you're saying?
Well, the city would obviously be paying for that poll, so everyone knows where the money's coming from, so it's not a disclosure issue.
That is not to be reported to the FPPC, that's what I mean.
It's not political activity at that point. You're just simply trying to find out what the public wants to do. Very similar to what the Charter Commission did. They conducted their own kind of informal poll before putting Measure C on the ballot. Before coming forward with the recommendation, they wanted to find out what the public wanted to put on the ballot.
Got it. Thank you.
But after that, it was the post qualification that occurred.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the council? I think this was a verbal report, so there's no action. Thank you very much, City Clerk. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
If I may.
Yes.
One of the things that, I know this is an informational report and no action, but one of the things that I'm learning as we share the information with the community. We also shared yesterday in the governance committee, and given that the dark money ordinance was only passed in 2018, so it is still pretty fresh, and as you mentioned, this is the very first violation of it, and our kind of putting us to the test in how we enforce our ordinance. One of the things that I have thought about is holding a town hall for the community to just inform them about what dark money is. I think, even explaining the analogy of the ice cream, I think people start to get it when they kind of understand in real terms what dark money is and how it can affect everybody's livelihood ultimately, right, within the city. And so the town hall is something that I would like to do, to host, to inform people about what is dark money, how to, follow the money, so to speak.
Education section.
An education session for voters. So that's something that, I know this is not an item for approval on the council, but that I wanted to, kind of get a pulse from the council as to whether this is something that would be beneficial to the community.
I would think it's a great idea since you're our elections officer, because this is going to be a big issue for Santa Clara, in the future, now and in the future. So the more our residents understand it, we live with it and we understand what dark money is, but I've had a lot of questions on what does that really mean. So I think there's a lot of education of our community that needs to happen. I'm all for the town hall. I don't know if anybody else want to chime in.
Yes. Education is a plus.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Could we all try to take our seats now, please? Thank you. Okay, next item, City Clerk. You have the other town hall meetings with community and city council members.
I do. My computer will allow me to log in. And we have a, oh, we do. Where's the clicker? I guess I gave myself a good segue into this item.
Yeah. Other town hall.
Yeah, so like I said, you buy two, get one free, so here's the third item in a row. I wanted to give some background to folks, the public. Obviously, the council was all there at the yearly priority setting session, priority and goal setting session that was just held last month. And in there, in that session, one of the main pillars that the council has adopted for a lot of the activity that they've been prioritizing and the goals they've been setting is a pillar that is titled Enhanced Community Engagement and Transparency. And I promise I'm not going to propose ice cream here at all the council meetings. But as part of the, the discussion, one of the things that or that was discussed in that priority setting session was giving residents more opportunities to engage and discuss issues with their elected officials, particularly about issues in their neighborhoods. We had a really passionate group tonight come about a serious issue in their neighborhood that affects their quality of life. Obviously they followed the process, which I think the process has been extremely simplified and it's working quite well, to bring an item to the council. But even as that process is enabled, you may have a lot of residents who want to have that open dialogue with their elected officials, not in the formal setting of a council, without having to fill out a formal petition request and gather dozens of signatures as the group earlier tonight did, but just to have an open in an open setting, an opportunity to dialogue and engage with their elected representatives, and again, without the timer and the alarm that goes off when the timer runs out. And one of those things, there we go. And even when you have these opportunities for the community to come in the formal setting, a lot of that does not allow for or afford the kind of back and forth or two-way dialogue that residents, would naturally have if they were discussing something with their neighbor or with their community interest group. And so outside of the council meetings, residents really have few formal opportunities to engage with their elected officials, in an open and public setting to really have their concerns be heard. Particularly as we've moved to district-based council seats, this becomes more and more prevalent or important that our residents not only feel but actually have the opportunity to engage with their elected representatives on issues that they're passionate about. So one of the proposals that I brought forth or kind of vocalized in the priority setting session, and I think the council was receptive to exploring this and possibly pursuing this, is to have a free-form setting, free-form opportunity for residents to engage with their elected officials in a town hall format. And in the town hall format, council members would be scheduled in an official capacity and be publicized officially, via city communications to allow residents to come in an informal setting without a timer, an alarm, blaring off, and really allowing the residents to engage. And as a city clerk, I would help facilitate, not necessarily moderate. We want residents to feel like any item is on the table. There's nothing that they can't talk about. It doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be agendized. There's no timer, it is an open setting for residents to come and engage, and I would facilitate that kind of a town hall. So I have here a recommendation or a proposal on the format of the town hall. So if you will indulge me, I will walk through, this is what I would recommend as the format of the town hall, but certainly as part of the discussion that I would like to have after this proposal is if the council likes this or wants to make modifications or tweaks to it, certainly all of you hopefully will choose to participate in these town halls and engage with your elected or your residents. So what I would like to propose is that we have town halls that are on a monthly basis. But don't worry, don't freak out. You don't have to go to every single month. The idea is that residents can attend any town hall, not just town halls that are being hosted by their representative or that is in their district, but that the council members, we would pair 2 council members per town hall. So if we are doing a town hall every month, we would pair 2 council members per town hall, which 6 council members means that you would participate in a town hall every 3 months. So basically once per quarter, you would participate as an individual council member every 3 months. And we would rotate. So we would go to the 3 public libraries potentially, right, depending their availability and the scheduling. We would rotate along the 3 public libraries. We would have a town hall in the North Side Library where, the council members from districts 1 and 2 could participate. We would have a town hall in the Central Library where council members from districts, 3 and 4, and then in the Mission Library for 5 and 6, or that sort of an arrangement. And this is kind of, we would, and the idea behind this is that we would be going to the residents where they live, rather than asking them to come here in this formal setting at the chambers. We would be going and really reaching out to them and approaching them in an area that is comfortable with them. Now, of course, that's 6 council members. The mayor is not part of that, but the mayor would be free to attend any any town hall, and certainly they would have the opportunity to meet residents in any of the locations or any of the town halls. Now, as far as tweaks that could be done to this, of course, we would want to televise and live stream all of the town halls. We would look for opportunities to allow for engagement from people who may be watching or participating in the live streams. We'll be looking at opportunities to do that. So if even members of the community who can't physically attend the town hall, we'd like to do it during times which are convenient towards people, they would still be able to participate and engage in real time with the council members that are there. Of course, we can tweak this if council members feel like it's an alternative model that they would only want 1 council member for every town hall. If we're doing them once a month, it only means that you're going to participate in 1 town hall every 6 months because there's 6 council members. That would certainly be limited to you and your district, but that would reduce the frequency, which kind of, in my opinion, is defeating the purpose of really trying to engage with the residents on a more regular basis. Like once every 6 months, if a resident can't make it because they have a conflict, then they have to wait for 6 months before the next meeting, and I think that's just not as frequent as would be beneficial to the residents. So that's kind of the proposal that I have. Certainly the council is free to discuss and debate variations to this. At the end of the day, you would all be participating. Hopefully, I would hope that you would all participate. So this has to be something that you're as passionate as I am about, and that you are you're comfortable and happy with the arrangements that are being set up, so that we can have active and enthusiastic participation from everybody here, but also from the residents.
Okay, thank you. It's a great idea. Councilmember Davis.
Thanks, Assam. I think it's good because it's us coming to them instead of them trying to get to us. But the other thing I wanted to know was, you have me going to the Mission Library, and I'm more Central Park kind of library person. Can we do a rotation with it? Like instead of 5 and 6 always being together, like 4 and 5 or 3 and 6, or, you know, like kind of mix that up a little bit also, and then location?
So I think we can definitely look at mixing it up, so it's not the same 2 council members or 2
Yeah.
districts every time. We can certainly look at doing that. And the proposal in terms of looking at the libraries, this is just, I wanted to kind of help formulate the idea in your minds about using the public facilities that are in people's neighborhoods. I mean, I left out the senior center. We can definitely do a town hall at the senior center, right? There's many places. We could do one here too. I'm not you know, poo-pooing over the council chambers. I'm just saying that there's a lot of opportunities for us, but the idea is for us to go to the residents rather
Right,
than
right.
what, you know, here is, you know, people have to come to the council chambers type of a thing.
Okay, so I would really like to approve your plan. Is that the ask?
Yes.
For tonight?
Yes.
Okay, then I'd like to make a motion to accept your town hall scenario.
All right, Vice Mayor Hardy?
I love the idea. I have some similar concerns. If you look at all the places you mentioned, everything is east of Bowers, Kiley, and that bothers me. We have, like in my area, we have a small park area, and we had a meeting there just the other night over Machado Park. I understand your desire to stream this. I would like, because sticking someone at the library, the central library often has parking issues, and that worries me. And if someone had the ability to call in or to email, I think that would be very important. Where would you be publishing the, how would you do the PR for this?
So these are all great questions. These are all basically like what I'm seeking tonight is the council's, you know, approval to pursue this. There's a lot of details where we're going to hold, and this is all. It's going to go to scheduling, what facilities are available, even at a park. I'm totally open to that as well, and it'll be also scheduling with each individual council member who would be hosting that town hall. You know, their availability with the time, the location, and then certainly we would be publicizing and advertising this to all the residents. I would certainly like to keep a 6-month rolling calendar of the upcoming town hall so that you would know where the next 2 town halls that my representative is going to be at. So that would give us a 6-month rolling window. And so all of these are details that we would then work with each of you individually to facilitate. The idea about emailing in questions, absolutely love it. But I even want to go as far as taking in live stream comments and questions. And live streaming, I know, is extremely popular with everybody watching at home. So, you know, that's certainly great ideas, and I want to build on that and see how it goes.
So the motion, I want to understand, is to accept the idea and we'll work out the details.
I'd like, I mean, yes, so it's for the motion that
The
we will
overall
that we will
idea.
pursue this. And
Right.
the next step is that I'm going to work with you individually to help schedule them, and then, but you know, this does cost a little bit of money. We need to have the facilities, we need staff support for the live streaming, that sort of a thing, and then for any sort of advertising or publicizing the town halls to the residents. And and I'd like that to be as part of the approval as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, it's a good idea. Actually, last year during goal setting, I did propose something like this. I was even going a step forward, like ahead that we should have like public works director or somebody concerned who can listen to the problems right on the spot. But I think it was the staff mentioned they don't have a bandwidth, so well taken. But at least if we move to this one, it's good. Like at least we start with something and we finalize something. It would be a good idea to go to the crowd. And recently, actually, Vice Mayor Hardy's district, like we went to Machado Park, and our Public Works Director and Park and Rec Director, we were there, and it was very interactive to listen to the residents on the spot. And I think, yeah, they have issues. We cannot solve everything on the spot, but it was very interactive, and at least it gave a feeling to residents that somebody's there to listen to them. And our staff could put them, hey, these are the circumstances we are working under, and they put their best foot forward that these are the issues. At least they communicated well and came up with some, not full resolution, but at least they got something resolved over there. So yeah, it's a good idea, and looking forward to it, basically. Thank you.
Thank you. I also think it's a great idea. And I think that the residents, I've participated, I think with Councilmember Watanabe, we did a town hall with residents that just showed up. It was great. And then I've done them on the phone, and I've done them online. And people want to ask questions directly to their elected representatives. I think that's important. They, not a staff member, but the elected representatives. And to be able to have that back and forth conversation, it's really wonderful because you get to clear up a lot of issues and answer questions. Councilmember O'Neill regularly has her we'll call them her town halls, her monthly meetings with her residents, and you know she's there a long time answering a lot of questions and clarifying things and giving her opinions on things, and people really appreciate that. So I think this is going to be a great way to do that. In terms of working out the details, if we want to live stream these, there are going to be certain restrictions as to where we can go. The Youth Activity Center, I know I had a state of the city at the Youth Activity Center at Cabrillo, which was a great location for that. They were able to live stream there. Once you get into the smaller park buildings, you come up with parking issues that are not as convenient for people that want to go there. So we have to look at the convenience for the people to attend, the ability of us to live stream unless we're Facebook living it. Can't work out all those details, but we may have some limitations, but let's at least start this and try it, because when you're standing there and a resident comes up and you have no idea what they're going to ask you, it's really fun and interesting, because you can't hide behind anything. You're there and you are accountable to them and you must answer their questions. So it's a really great experience, I think, for us and for the residents to have that kind of access and have that kind of dialogue. So yeah, I'm all for it. Let's get it started. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this? Okay, seeing none. I have all, Councilmember Davis, Hardy, and Chahal, those are all old, right? I mean, okay.
I can make a quick
short comment.
Very short
yes,
comment.
Thank you.
So that brings out, like Councilmember Teresa O'Neill holds some monthly meetings. It would be a great idea to put that on our communication, like we do blogs and every week, if we can advertise those on that. Like some people doesn't know because Councilmember Teresa O'Neill sends an email, but if any of the council members trying to hold their own meetings, it would be a great idea to advertise that through the city communication channels.
I don't think we do that. No. I think it's just if it's sponsored by the city. Am I correct? Like Teresa doesn't ask the city to do that.
No. I'm requesting that, if we can do that.
So one of the reasons why I'm proposing this idea is to create this as a formal process, right? The city is engaging in a formal outreach to the community. This is. I mean, we, including myself, are all elected representatives, and we answer to the people, and so the people have that right to be able to engage with us in a formal way, right? So I definitely don't want to step on anybody's toes who may be doing their own things. right? And I encourage that. I love it. I actually have attended several of Teresa, Councilmember O'Neill's monthly meetings, even before being an elected representative. But I think this is an opportunity for us to do it in a formal way, which then we can actually use the city resources to advertise and publicize and live stream and engage in a formal way. So I don't want to stop anybody from doing that, and I just want to make sure that we have that formal way.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously.
Yay.
Get to work, City Clerk. All right. Thank you. Don't stop working, City Clerk. Okay, that's even better. Okay, next we have item 7, which is an update on Chief Executive Officer search for the new destination marketing organization. You still awake back there?
Love the new seats, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Very nice. Very nice. Thank you.
There are pillows in the other room if you like.
Oh, I got to get the pillow next time. You guys can hear me okay, right?
Yes, we can.
So good
Thank you.
evening.
Good evening.
Mayor Gilmore, Council. My name's Aaron Hodges. I am the chair of the new DMO for Santa Clara, or Bedford Falls, whichever you prefer. And I actually have some good news to share as it relates to the executive search for our new CEO for what hopes to become Visit Santa Clara, if you ask the TID hotels. Going back to November of this last year, Council had asked staff to revisit in 90 days specific to where we stand with the search. And since then, the city, JLL, Spectra, all the TID hotels have been working feverishly to not only develop the new DMO, but also to establish the next steps for recruiting a CEO. We put together brochure information and things of that nature, which were approved by the DMO at the end of the year in December. At the beginning of January, JLL started the vetting process and has since collaborated with Searchwide, which we all know is a major search firm for executives and CEOs. And we're excited to announce that officially on January the 30th, Searchwide posted that position specific to what we're looking for that recruitment process. We plan to go through a vetting through not only JLL, but a committee amongst the DMO. We anticipate having 3 to 5 candidates that we will select from. All of the board members for the DMO will go through that interview process. And it's our plan to finalize that decision by the end of March with the goal of onboarding that new CEO effective either in April or in May. That is kind of the latest update with things, and would want to open it up to any questions you might have.
That's really good news to hear that you're on that schedule. Thank you for reporting that to us. Any member, Councilmember O'Neill?
Yes, thank you for the report, and I looked at the brochure and it looks really good.
Yeah.
Is there like a real robust pool of candidates for positions like this that we can draw on, or is this a real specialized thing? Or?
Fortunately, there are. You're looking across many different business entities, obviously tourism and hospitality, but large venue management. You're looking for somebody who has had experience, ideally, in running something like a CBB or DMO. And certainly, I think when you look at the opportunities with what's happening in this city with the related Santa Clara, all the developments specific to entertainment, the hotels, we have a new operator in Spectra in the convention center. There's a tremendous amount of synergy that's happening, and it's really about building a plan that we've been working very hard on. So we're excited about what the future holds for tourism and hospitality specifically, And we think that that will be palpable and will be something that somebody who's looking to sink their teeth into a great opportunity will definitely be interested in. So to answer your question, yes, they are all over the United States, and having a partner like JLL, having a partner like Searchwide can help with that process and kind of fine tuning. Okay, who are the real players out there that we would want to consider, and then finding out, are they going to be the right fit for our culture here, and those sorts of things. So.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
Oh, thank you. Aaron, I only had one question. How come nowhere on this brochure does it say Santa Clara, the center of what's possible? Nowhere in this brochure does that
Where's
say
the
that.
editing department? It does not, but you'll be happy to note that we worked long and hard on a collaborative effort with the new mission and vision for the DMO, which I think you have a copy of, and really it's centered around what you just said. And so there's a million different ways to market, and we feel very proud of what we've come up with as really a starting point at this point, with a whole new DMO and CVB, which we're excited to move forward with.
So you're guaranteeing me the next rendition is going to have the center of what's possible in there?
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely.
I went crazy with the rebranding, and then I read this thing and I go, oh, no. But anyway, that was the only remark I had. Other than that, I mean, go to it. Get me a CEO. Let's go. Okay.
Thank you.
I looked at the brochure. It's really nice, and the qualifications that you're looking for are pretty impressive. So the fact that you have a lot of candidates, I really think shows well for us in terms of, the opportunities that are going to be in that area. I mean, are tremendous. It's really exciting, especially because we heard will be groundbreaking, I think, in May on City Place or Related Santa Clara, or whatever they end up calling it. So there's so much opportunity there for us that I think it's wonderful. So I was looking for what the salary was, because I wanted to apply, but I'm not qualified at all. So anyways, good luck. And thank you for accelerating and working with the city. Thank you to the city, too, for accelerating this process to get that person on board, I think is really important, so we can get moving on that. So anybody else on the council have any questions?
No. Can we note and file it?
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you as well for all the collaborative effort, not only from the city team, but obviously JLL, Spectra, all the TID hotels. We really very much appreciate the collaborative effort that we are undertaking, which is new and fresh and very refreshing. So
It's
thank you.
exciting, and it looks very professional, so we appreciate all the professionalism involved here and everyone that's been involved in this. So if there's no other questions, is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this? If so, please come forward. Anybody else? Stretch your legs from sitting for so long.
They're tired.
All right, so is this a note and file? I guess?
Yes.
All right, so is there a motion to note and file?
Motion to note and file.
Motion second to note and file. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, next we have discussion of and possible direction on revenue measures for the November 2020 ballot. Welcome.
Good evening,
Finance
Honorable
Director.
Mayor, City Council. Ken Lee, Director of Finance. Joining me with tonight's presentation are Assistant City Manager Cynthia Boarkis and Ruth Shikata. And tonight's action continues the very important conversation on revenue opportunities and strategies. It includes multiple parts, discussion and possible direction on revenue measures for the November 2020 ballot, discussion and direction on the Santa Clara Tourism Improvement District, assessment formula and transient occupancy tax, and update on direction on commercial cannabis-related items. And so throughout the presentation, there will be several slides clarifying the direction and feedback that staff's seeking from the City Council tonight.
So this is our A, B, and C.
That
We're
is-
taking them all together
That's
in this
correct.
report. All right, very good, thank you.
By way of agenda, I will be providing some background and the fiscal update to the 10-year financial forecast. Some of you have heard segments of that in the priority setting retreat 2 weeks ago. An update on the infrastructure backlog considerations for the November 2020 ballot, including infrastructure general obligation bond and infrastructure parcel tax. Discussion around a transient occupancy tax increase and the correlation between that and the Tourism Improvement District proposed funding, an update on the cannabis regulatory program, and then feedback from the City Council. By way of background, in May 2018, the City Council discussed and considered 5 revenue options that included an increase to the transient occupancy tax rate that we'll be covering tonight, an increase to the documentary transfer tax, utility users tax, cannabis tax, and a general obligation bond or infrastructure parcel tax. The voters approved in November 2018 establishment or consideration of a cannabis tax. In the middle of 2018, we did go out and poll for a general obligation bond or for infrastructure, and we did not proceed based on results of that poll. In November 2019, staff presented input on a TOT, geo bond, and parcel tax. And so we're here today with some further analysis and discussion around that topic. 2 weeks ago, staff presented a 10-year financial forecast and status of the current capital budget development with over $190 million in general fund needs identified. So as part of those 2 fiscal presentations, ballot measures will be critical to address some of those gaps and unfunded needs. Just from a fiscal background perspective, I know you see a lot of growth and development in the city, and property tax has been an important source of that revenue growth. And I wanted to show this slide just to clarify to the public and to the council that, you know, per $100 collected for property tax, the city of Santa Clara roughly gets 10%. So if you were splitting up a dollar bill, we would get 10 cents. And so that, you know, is an important revenue source for the city, but we receive a small pie from that. A year ago, staff presented this 10-year general fund forecast, and you may recall 2.5 years ago or so, the city faced forecasted deficits in the general fund of approximately $40 million. So a lot of work was completed by staff and the city council to this revised forecast presented last year. And in that forecast, deficits were projected in year 3 and year 4, totaling $2.1 million. And part of that update, we did provide what we considered as known risk to those forecasts. And so on this slide, there are 8 known risks that we identified. 4 of those, colored in red there, have materialized. And so I wanted to spend a little bit of time walking through some of those items again. So that first item there, to the tune of $2.7 million loss of Stadium Authority revenues, $4.3 million as a result of labor negotiation, approved contracts, and other expenses beyond assumptions, $0.7 million related to CalPERS contributions, and then last item on there, further refinement of revenue projections around the cannabis tax and our contribution in lieu from SVP, $3.7 million. So in total, $11.4 million a year impacting that forecast. And an updated forecast presented last month shows that a total of $13.3 million in deficits are forecasted for the next 4 years. It does give us some time to plan for and strategically think about how to close that gap, including the items before you today around the ballot. Some of the assumptions in the forecast, it includes our latest information from CalPERS for retirement payments. It assumes a modest economic slowdown, not a full-blown recession. It includes a line-by-line item review of expenditures and revenues that we've embarked on for the last 2 years. So really looking at, after we've squeezed and refined that forecast, a real position for the general fund, and some of those easy steps that we've taken are materialized. And so we'll have to take a look at some more challenging options as we look look ahead. Some of the items not included in the forecast, capital project funding, I do want to mention there are dedicated funds and utilities and some of the impact fees around capital projects, but there are significant general fund funded capital projects, and we do not have an ongoing funding source for those. So historically, those have been pay-as-you-go, and so with that, the measures before you are really important for funding and meeting some of that gap. Some of the other items not included in the forecast, public safety and technology equipment, again, we funded those pay-as-you-go. Reserve contributions, we funded through fund balance at the end of the year. So as we continue to plan for the future from a fiscal perspective, we'll need to consider capacity for those items as well. In summary, as we look forward to the road to the November 2020 ballot, we will need to consider revenue options to preserve our city services and day-to-day life, including safety for our community, and also address the critical infrastructure backlog. In November 2019, we did present the 3 options on this slide, so the following information includes some more detail behind those. Specifically around infrastructure, consideration of the general obligation bond and parcel tax. So I have some characteristics of each and looking for direction from the council as far as an approach if the council's ready to make that decision. Around a general obligation bond, some of the characteristics, we did present a $200 million scenario in May of 2018 that included parks and safety projects, but because of polling did not move forward. It can only be used for long-term capital project financing, would require a 2/3 supermajority vote. We would receive the revenue upfront one time to address some of those capital needs, and the revenue from an ad valorem property tax would pay for the debt service payments on that bond directly. I presented this scenario, 4 options late last year, $100 million option ranging all the way to $400 million, taking a sample interest rate, what that debt payment and what that potential impact to a property owner would be. So that green column there to the right shows what that impact would be on a $1 million secured and unsecured assessed value for property. So if and when this bond were to move forward, the actual interest and the actual debt would depend on the market, competitive market at the time. This slide shows some of the recent approved general obligation bond measures around the area, including over $1 billion in bonds at the November 2018 ballot. As you can see, all these purposes were around capital infrastructure, affordable housing, public safety, civic public infrastructure, and storm drains. So a lot of successful measures recently in the ballot. From a parcel tax perspective, I wanted to highlight some of the characteristics around a potential parcel tax. It could be used for capital infrastructure. It could be used for operations and programs. Would continue to require a 2/3 supermajority vote. It could be levied or would be levied on property owners' property tax bill either as a fixed amount per parcel or based on square footage, either land-based or building-based. It could be ongoing or it could have an expiration date or fixed term. And because of state law, we could not use the revenue from a parcel tax directly for bonds, but we could work around that potentially either through a general fund bond and a repayment stream or through issuing a special tax ordinance as a charter city. Some of the numbers around those same 4 options to generate the revenue needed to either potentially bond a $100 to $400 million bond option on this table. The second column there shows if fixed rate per parcel for each of those options, what that impact would be to the property owner. If we considered a land-based per square foot option, again, those dollar amounts there, and then also based on building size. So just for comparison's sake, the median Land size in the city is about 5,850 square feet, and building size about 1,465, so that would be about $135 per $100 million or so in bonding for land-based, and roughly $89 per median building size based on square footage. I did want to show some of the flexibility around a parcel tax. There is some more flexibility in terms of structuring it. And the example here from ballot measure from East Palo Alto, I just want to read out. They targeted commercial office space over 25,000 square feet at a rate of $250 per square foot. Now, it gets complicated as your ballot and your resident voter would have to interpret that in terms of what that means and who that would impact, and from an equity perspective might create issues. But I did want to present that as an example of the flexibility around the parcel tax. Some of the recent parcel tax measures approved regionally over the last few years are displayed here again. East Palo Alto, they're showing that specific commercial square footage based. And you can see a lot of the purposes there are programmatic, less so for capital, but it would not be restricted for if we specified for capital. From a comparison perspective between a general obligation bond and a parcel tax by who would pay for that in terms of residential, commercial, and industrial property type, this table shows that spread. For the fixed parcel tax, that burden would fall primarily on residents due to the number of parcels. But when you look at land size, building size-based parcel tax and assessed value, roughly the same, low 50 to high 50% of that collections would be from residents, roughly 20% from commercial properties, and the rest from industrial. So some things to consider when we're evaluating a general obligation bond and a parcel tax are the types of projects, what specific projects would be included in infrastructure measure, who would pay for that. So we talked about the residents, commercial or industrial type property payers, the timing of the revenue, whether we would want that revenue up front or ongoing, whether we want to use it for capital or programmatic purposes. The bonding, the technicality around paying back a bond if we were to go down that route, and then the complexity of the tax, how simple or how complex would that ballot measure language be from a potential voter. So with that, I wanted to turn it over to Assistant City Manager Cynthia Bororkas.
Thank you. Hello, Cynthia.
Thank you, Ken. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Director Lee has set the table for my portion of the presentation by providing an overview of the 10-year general fund forecast, as well as clarifying information related to the difference between a general obligation bond and a parcel tax for consideration of the November 2020 ballot. My goal tonight is to share a little bit more about our infrastructure needs, as well as possible recommendations for moving forward in terms of engaging the community in a dialogue around priority projects and possible funding strategies. Today's action for consideration for the November 2020 ballot include reviewing the city's infrastructure backlog, determining the type of revenue this council prefers, tax measure the council prefers, and approving preliminary community engagement strategy and schedule. As Ken mentioned, there is we have conducted preliminary capital requests for our capital budget development, with requests totaling approximately $190 million over 5 years. However, the amount available for the same time period is only $27.5 million, of which approximately $10 million must be earmarked for ADA, Americans with Disabilities Settlement. In addition to these near-term requests, there's approximately $1 billion in unmet or deferred capital needs that have previously been reported to council through the various individual studies and reports. Our infrastructure has reached its end of useful life. We lack an ongoing source of funding, and in many cases can no longer even make repairs because parts are no longer available. Without action to secure additional revenue, we will be faced with escalating costs to repair and maintain our infrastructure, or a decision to reduce our services in order to ensure that our work is conducted in a safe and compliant manner. As a city, we must take action to address the imbalance between our revenues and our backlog of critical infrastructure needs. The city's infrastructure needs are well documented. There is a 2017 Kitchell report that identified well over $100 million in parks and recreational facility needs. A 2015 storm drain master plan that identified $343 million in projects, of which 68 million were identified as high priority projects. Transportation infrastructure reports that speak to the need for the replacement of traffic signals, bicycle and pedestrian improvements, as well as pavement repair and maintenance. And then there are reports about the needs for new public facilities, whether that be a new city hall, improvements to the existing hall, modernization of our fire stations, historic buildings, or our corporation yards. And finally, we've heard interest in expanding library programs and facilities. As I noted earlier, capital budget requests for the upcoming cycle total approximately $190 million. This slide is a graphic representation of those requests by capital budget area. As you can see, the greatest number of requests are for transportation, followed closely by storm drains and parks and trails. Director Lee mentioned that there was a discussion regarding potential ballot measures in 2018. However, a decision was made not to pursue a measure at that time. This slide provides a general summary of the priority areas that were under consideration at that time. $90 million to construct a new international swim center and community recreation center, $50 million for maintenance and repair of parks and trails, considered critical or in poor condition by the Kitchell report, $20 million for expanded library space, $20 million for the modernization of our fire stations, and $20 million for flood protection improvements. We recognize that priorities and cost estimates have changed since then and intend to validate these items again in the coming months. As the person charged with the responsibility of working with the community to understand our unmet infrastructure needs and someone relatively new to the city, I asked my fellow executive team members to share their knowledge. I was provided with a tour of their facilities, and it was very enlightening. Over the next few slides, I invite you to join me on a visual tour of what I've learned. As they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. I will start with fire stations, as the issues identified in their facilities are reflective of the similar issues in our other areas of our inventory. The issues in the firehouse range from small and relatively easy to fix to major issues that require significant investments to rebuild rather than remodel. The picture at the top is from Station 7. It is a light located between the sleeping quarters and the engine bay. Because there is no electrical switch, the light fixture has been moved, leaving a dark corridor. A motion detecting light could perhaps easily fix this issue, but is included here because lighting and electrical issue is an issue that occurs in various stations. The second picture across the top is a wash basin in Station 5. I'm not quite sure what the extra pipe is for, but it's probably not supposed to be there. The fire station, like many public services, has evolved over the years. Nowhere is this more evident than in the firehouse, where the employment of an increasing number of women has fundamentally changed how the space in a fire station should be allocated. Privacy issues are an important concern that requires attention. The final picture on the top is a picture of an alley between Fire Station 9 and the adjacent private business. Not only is this alley used by employees to park their cars, but is the only way in which the engine can enter the firehouse. The adjacent property has recently been sold. As a result, the fire department may experience access issues at this station, which with the development of nearby Lawrence Station is only expected to increase in service calls for service. The bottom rows of pictures start with cracks at Fire Station 5, which cover the floor of the bay and proceed up the sides of the walls. A consultant report conducted in 2016 recommended a complete replacement of this station. This is one of the city's core stations, meaning that it is a station that we backfill with mutual aid units during greater alarm fires and other significant events due to its central location. The station should house an aerial ladder apparatus or a truck company, but the current station cannot accommodate one. This is the same station depicted in the lower right-hand corner that has a cell tower located immediately outside the back entrance to the station. A rebuild of this station will allow for this compatibility of use issue to be addressed. The second picture on the lower left is the picture of Station 7. While the original intention was designed to mirror the adjacent part, it is not reflective of a modern fire station. When the chief pulled in, I honestly didn't even realize it was a fire station until I saw the bay. As I mentioned earlier, there are ADA issues that should be addressed in our city facilities. The two pictures on the left are of Station 1, the administrative offices. This is the back entrance to the administrative offices where employees park their cars, and neither entrance is ADA accessible. You can see on the top picture there are stairs, and on the second picture, the lower picture, there are stairs and there was wires across the walking area. While the remaining pictures are relatively self-evident, I do want to speak to the picture about abatement. This is not a picture from Mad Men. This is rather the chief's office, complete with wall-to-wall wood paneling. It has been left in place due to concerns regarding potential abatement issues. The issues in the fire station are complex and will require significant investment, most likely significantly more than the $20 million of improvements that were identified a couple of years ago. It is staff's recommendation that a needs assessment be conducted for stations 1, 5, 7, and 9, and that improvements to address the health and safety, privacy, and wellness issues be considered for inclusion in a potential revenue tax measure. Let's move on to storm drains and the critical issue of flood protection. We are all aware of the importance of flood protection, especially following the floods in nearby San Jose. There are high negative consequences should one of our pump stations fail. Unfortunately, the current condition of our pump stations puts us at risk for flooding. 64% of our water infrastructure was built in 1950 or earlier. Our pump stations and related equipment are near or at the end of their service life, are unreliable, and parts are no longer available. As you can see in the pictures, caution tags have been placed on the equipment that can no longer be repaired. Moreover, our pump stations are infested with termites and buildings need to be replaced. Currently, our water department estimates that a minimum of $20 to $30 million is needed to fund the most critical projects, and we have no dedicated funding source for even these critical projects. Santa Clara is proud of its traditions, and one of our greatest sources of pride is the George F. Haynes International Swim Center. To the casual observer, the top row of pictures give the impression of an older but adequate facility. The pictures in the bottom row show a different story. The overhead bleachers are rusting, the locker room facilities need repair, and the sides of the building are literally peeling off. The picture on the lower right-hand side is indicative of staff's patchwork efforts to make the repairs needed to just keep the facility operational. Unfortunately, it is becoming harder and harder to maintain our facilities. The conditions were so bad in the locker rooms that they had to be closed to the public from February through May in 2018. In 2019, the boilers went out twice, from August to September, and again just recently in January 2020. In addition, the pumps went out in August through September, and again in late November through early December. Clearly, our ability to provide a consistent level of service is negatively impacted by our infrastructure challenges. Up to this point, I have focused on our challenges. I would like now to turn to our opportunities. This is a slide of the Dolores Benson Aquatic Center in Pleasanton. Much like our facility, they have 3 pools, an Olympic-sized competitive pool, a recreational pool, and a pool with a diving well that is used year-round as a warming pool during competitions and for recreational aquatics programming. They have beautiful amenities, including locker rooms, showers, training facilities, and classrooms. This is an example of what could be possible in a new swim center at Central Park. So let's talk a little bit more about how we address our infrastructure backlog. As previously approved by the City Council, an RFP was issued to select a consultant firm to assist with the development of survey tools and strategies related to a potential bond measure. We are currently in contract negotiations and hope to have an executed agreement in the coming weeks. With that said, the team has been actively reviewing project priorities and developing a strategy and schedule for Phase 1 of our community engagement process that I would like to now share with you. These are the key milestones that will take place between now and the November elections should Council take action to place an item on the ballot. These milestones can be thought of in 2 phases. Phase 1 being those milestones that take place before action is taken to place a measure on the November ballot. We are targeting the July 14th Council meeting for this action. Phase 2 efforts are those educational activities that would take place after Council action on July 14th through Election Day on November 3rd. The overall strategy will be interactive with multiple opportunities for engagement, whether by scientific citywide surveys, online survey instruments, or in-person community meetings and facility tours. In Phase 1, every effort will be made to provide a minimum of 2 outreach activities per council district with a combination of evening and Saturday events. A key feature of the engagement will be to hold the community's meetings at city park buildings and fire stations so that residents can get a firsthand understanding of the needs just as I have. These meetings will be facilitated by an outside consultant with support from city staff to promote greater dialogue and understanding. This slide is a preliminary schedule of commuting dates for Phase 1. These dates have been coordinated with the mayor and council schedules, and facilities have been confirmed with the exception of Don Calajon. Our request for the school site has been submitted and there is availability. However, we are waiting confirmation from the school district, which we anticipate to receive in the next day or so. As you will see, the schedule is robust and is intended to engage at the neighborhood level. We have a meeting at Machado Park last Thursday and found a very engaged community. In fact, I think we have a couple of those residents here in the audience tonight. It was great discussion, and we hope to replicate that type of listening and learning process across the city. We heard passionate interest in funding improvements and are hopeful that we will hear that same sentiment as we visit neighborhoods throughout the city. Our request to you tonight is to provide feedback on the overall strategy with the caveat that what is included here is our initial effort, and a second round will be conducted in the fall to engage any segments of the community that we might have missed in Phase 1. With that, I will now turn the presentation over to Assistant City Manager Ruth Shikata for the next portion of the presentation.
Thank you for that presentation. That was very complete. Not so exciting, but complete, yes. A little bit depressing, but yes. Okay, let's move on.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Ruth Shikata, Assistant City Manager. So in preparation for the November 2020 ballot, the other area that we'd like to discuss is the possible increase in the base of the transient occupancy tax. And at this point in time, we'd also like to talk a little bit about the Tourism Improvement District and then its interrelationship. So for today, we'd like to talk about where we are with the transient occupancy tax to provide some context on where we are with the Tourism Improvement District so that we can understand how the two are interlinked. And we're hoping to get some direction from council about the TOT ballot measure and provide some direction on where to go with the TID. So for some context, the TOT currently accounts for about 9% of the general fund, or approximately $23 million on an annual basis. Our current base TOT is 9.5%. It's one of the lowest in the county. The TOT is levied upon short-term rentals, gross room rentals, for those people staying in Santa Clara. In addition, the hotels in North Santa Clara in the stadium area currently collect an additional 2% as part of the stadium CFD. So just the TOT, another note is that the TOT can be sensitive to the economy. So when we look at the potential growth, we have to also understand that it could also contract depending on where we are. So for November 2020, let's look at what has been the past history as far as base TOT rates. In California, 38 out of 43 TOT measures, or about 88%, passed in California. And the most recent, if you look at the ones locally, Los Altos was able to increase their TOT by 3%, Milpitas 4%, Morgan Hill 1%, Palo Alto 1.5%, and in Sunnyvale it went up 2.5%. An additional 2% to Santa Clara would bring approximately $4.7 million on an annual basis. To increase the base level TOT, it requires a 50% plus one vote. So the Tourism Improvement District currently collects $1 per occupied room night from 11 hotels, and that generates approximately $800,000 on an annual basis. So as you heard a report earlier, the DMO is launching and is reforming itself, looking for a new CEO. This is the pool of funds from which that they are able to budget and hire employees and promote Santa Clara. The current district will expire in June of this year, June 30th. So it's renewed on an annual basis. The council may recall that every May that there's a public hearing held, and that we ask the council to reapprove the district, which would allow them to collect the $1 per occupied room night for the following year. The TID has requested that they change their assessment formula to 2% of the gross room revenue. And in November of last year, the council provided direction to go ahead and proceed with a conversion of the TID from its current law, its current plan, to a plan that would allow for them to, instead of coming back on an annual basis, it set them up to come back once every 5 years. The plan would be good for 5 years. So for the formation process under the 1994 law, a petition would need to be filed by the business owners in the district. Along with the petition would be a district management plan. The district management plan would set out the assessment rate and the sequencing of how things would happen. And this, again, would set them up for a 5-year period. The submittal of a petition begins the overall formation process and triggers a resolution of intention hearing, which would come back to the City Council for consideration. In the staff report, you'll find a schedule of the formation process. And in order for the district to be in place by July 1 of this year, that the petition process would start, and then the resolution of intention would be scheduled for March 17th. So it's coming up quickly. So to put some more context in where we stand in the TOT, if we look at our base rate, a potential increase in the 2020 ballot, the existing CFD, let's look at our current base rate. So what this chart shows with the cities is the current base rate. But you can't just look at the base rate, because many cities have similar improvement districts as we do, and so that the hotel stayer pays more. So in this chart, you'll see in that purple lilac colors is our current condition for the hotels in the Stadium CFD area. We have a base TOT rate of 9.5%. The TID collects $1 per room night, occupied room night, and the 2% represents the Stadium CFD. So if there was a $100 room rate in the stadium area, then the occupant would pay about $12.50 in extra fees and taxes. If we added an additional 2% for the TID, then the total collection would be about $15.50 per $100. And you can see from this chart that it puts us still not at the highest, but in the middle high area of the representative cities. So this is another way to represent the same, looking at a bar graph of representative cities in the area. The lowest being Tri-Valley, Gilroy in the $10 to $11 range, and the highest San Francisco at 17.5. So then moving to this chart. So there are a lot of hotel occupants don't generally look to the cities around you to decide where they're going to stay based upon the hotel rate. However, when we look at meeting planners and conventions, those meeting planners do look at the total all-in costs for their attendees to select a potential site. So we put together this chart to show what might be representative cities that would be competitive to ours in our convention center. And so again, here you'll see that we're really in the middle of the pack. And this again would be with the potential increase in the TOT rate plus the additional 2% for the TID. So for tonight, we're asking for some council feedback on the raising the base TOT rate, as well as your feedback on a potential TID rate.
Could we ask for a clarification?
Sure.
If you go back on that, were you back a couple slides? So is that, oh,
I'm
wrong
going the
way.
wrong way. Hold on.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Okay, go back again. One more.
This one?
Sorry, okay. When you have that like yellowy area, it says Santa Clara with potential TOT increase to 11.5. Can you just clarify around the stadium, what is the TOT right now around the stadium? Isn't it 11.5?
So the base rate, citywide base rate is 9.5, and then it has an additional 2%
Around the
assessment.
stadium.
Assessment around the stadium.
So they're 11.5 right now.
Yes, so if you look at the purple where it says current and it says other tax assessment, 2% in the purple, that represents the stadium CFD.
Okay, so just to make it clear, I'm just trying to find the current situation in Santa Clara is 9.5 TOT.
Correct.
Around the stadium now, there's that extra from the
2% assessment.
2% assessment, so they're at 11.5.
Correct.
Around the stadium.
Correct.
So, okay, so what the proposal is 2% more for the hotels around the stadium, plus 2% more for potential city election.
Well, that's what we're asking for.
Potential for
Council
additional
feedback.
for.
Correct. So if, in that yellowy gold color one, so the 11.5 represents the +2 on the base TOT, which would be subject to a ballot measure.
That's the ballot measure.
Right.
Okay.
And then the next column, the district assessment, would be for the TID. You see the one in the
That's
lilac?
another 2, so a total 4% increase.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
I'm just trying to follow this. I'm confused, so, okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, sorry, go ahead.
It's okay. I mean, if there's some other clarifying questions, I can try and respond.
So
And it is confusing because it's all the same percentage rate that we're talking about, 2
Yeah,
plus
2
2
and
plus
2
2.
and 1, and, yeah, okay. All right, sorry.
So then we wanted to bring back our report on cannabis. And so for today, we just wanted to give you an update, a little update of where we're at, and then request consideration of whether or not to implement a permanent ban on commercial cannabis. So as a brief background, from November 2016, Prop 64 passed in California, which allowed for the establishment of commercial cannabis. And then in September of the following year, the council directed staff to proceed to look into a commercial cannabis program. We hired a consultant to help us with that. And then in July of 2018, the council gave us direction to pursue a tax program on commercial cannabis. And so that direction was basically that if, in fact, that there was a commercial cannabis program established here in Santa Clara, that whether or not that there would be taxes that would be charged upon that business that the city would collect. And so that question was brought to the voters in November of 2018. So it wasn't a question of whether or not to establish a cannabis program, but it was whether or not that if there was a cannabis program established, should we be collecting taxes? And so that measure did pass, and then we brought back some preliminary information about establishment of a commercial cannabis program in February of 2019, and the council asked us for some specific information. So the staff report, I'm not going to get it. I don't think that the council wants to hear all of the details of the staff report, but these were the 4 areas that the council had requested information on. So in the report that we have information about what happened with Angels Care, the impact on public safety resources. We basically laid out that on the public safety side that we would need at least 2.2 new FTEs in the police department and then unspecified in other departments in order to establish a program. From just the police department side, that would be an additional $530,000 on an annual basis. We also included information about other cities, including San Jose, Campbell, Mountain View, Redwood City, and San Leandro, Union City. One of the things that was pointed out to us by one of the residents was that our information about Morgan Hill. And so Morgan Hill is one of those cities that did also pass a business tax program, but more recently, the council did vote to ban commercial cannabis in its jurisdiction. So, so some of the additional backdrop on why staff is proposing that the council consider a permanent ban on commercial cannabis is that the tax was roughly estimated to generate, in a very crude way, $1.2 to $2.4 million on an annual basis, and that was based upon a $10 to $20 on per capita basis. The tax has not, we have not seen that the commercial cannabis tax has met projections at the state or local level. There certainly has been some jurisdictions where the tax has been meeting their expectations, but on a broad basis, that's generally not the case. There was broad support for a tax program here. That there has been, we have been hearing very level of support of actually establishing a commercial cannabis program here in Santa Clara. We would need additional resources in order to establish a program because it would call on the police department, fire, finance, the city attorney's office, and the city manager's office. And so while the costs of this can largely be directed toward the commercial cannabis business, we have the ability to collect fees for implementation of the program. There are other costs that from non-licensed activities, so unintended consequences, if you will, that we can't recover through the fee program. So that whereas we might estimate $1.2 million on an annual basis, there will be costs that we can't recover that would take that number down. So for now, we've put out a lot of information in front of the council, but we are asking for some feedback, if you could, to decide on a general obligation bond or a parcel tax, if you have any feelings about that, to provide some input on the types of projects that we might want to look at for an infrastructure tax measure. If you have feedback or if you would approve the community engagement strategy that Assistant City Manager Borges put out. Some recommendations on the prep work for a 2% transient occupancy tax increase for a ballot measure. To provide some direction on the district management plan. At this point in time, we're recommending a 2% for the TID. However, that rate is subject to council approval as well as an implementation schedule. So as I mentioned earlier, that the current plan expires in June 30th of 2020. We can continue, we could do that again for another year and have that district management plan, have the same, fall under the same program as we did in previous years. Or we can look at modifying the district management plan that would allow for a ramp up or a phasing of the conversion to a 2% TOT or TID funding. And then we, again, would recommend that you direct staff to commence on the preparation of a permanent ban that would return to council for approval. So with that, staff is available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. This is a lot of information with a lot of different topics. I'm amazed we got it all in one report. So, council questions on this. We can start. Anybody have questions on any of these things? Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you. Does anybody recall off the top, so I'll go to the last one first, cannabis. Do we know, I'm trying to remember, I think it was, I know the measure, was it Measure 64 that passed a few years ago? I think it passed with close to, it was over 65% of the vote. Do we know in Santa Clara what that measure passed by? That was the legalization. Does anyone remember what percentage of the voters? Okay. And And do we know off the top of our heads too, how much money we've already spent on consultants and trying to develop an ordinance or a program for the cannabis?
We've spent upwards of $100,000, so it's probably in between that, about around $150,000.
Oh, that's all, okay. All right, that's my question, I mean, that's my question right now.
Okay, Vice Mayor Hardy?
Thank you. The bond versus the parcel tax. I guess my biggest question is, I hear that a bond would give us a lot of money up front and we could pay for certain infrastructure concerns right up front. But my question is, how long would we be paying that amount that you were showing versus a parcel tax where you talked about we could do it indefinitely or have a period of time, and then even though we're in a good position now because the interest rates are low, and you're saying we could, I did ask and we could lock that down, but it is a more expensive way to go in the long run, because I was seeing it was a cost of $13 million for $200 million of funds. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Hardy. So with regards to the general obligation bond, so any kind of bond that the city would pursue, for example purposes, I showed a 30-year bond. We've worked with our financial advisor, and so the typical bonding is 25 to 35 years. So we would define that as part of the ballot measure. With regards to the parcel tax and the ongoing funding, you're right. In any bonding scenario, we would be paying or funding the cost of interest or the cost of borrowing as part of the bond. So one of the differences between an ongoing stream for a parcel tax is you would have that ongoing stream annually. But one of the just pros and cons in terms of the money up front versus on an ongoing basis, we have such a large deficit in terms of our infrastructure needs. So I think in both scenarios, whether we had money up front or ongoing, would be a portion or a down payment to addressing some of that gap.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Chahal?
Mr. Kennedy, I have a question. Given our scenario, whatever our needs are for the financial aspect of infrastructure needs, do you think which one is the better idea? Go for a go bond where we get all the money at the outset, and we pay interest on top of it, or go for a parcel tax, which gives us smaller amount of chunk of money, but we are not paying anything on top of interest on top of it, but we get on recurring basis. Given our scenario, like what would you recommend, or what would your team recommend?
Well, I think either option, either one-time upfront need or any ongoing revenue stream would be important for our city. Given the size of our unfunded needs, if you just look at the $1 billion of need and the $190 million in the general fund over the next 5 years, the ongoing portion, if we didn't bond, would take a significant amount of money to begin to address the gap and prevent that gap from growing. So I think either source would be valuable to the city, but given our specific need, the one-time influx of money would help to address that gap significantly.
But do you think we can utilize, let's say we have a $200 million bond, right? How much money can we use in, let's say, first 1 to 3 years? Because we should have a capacity to use the money also, right? Every year, do we forecast like, okay, in the first year we can use $20, $30 million or $40 million, and second year, do we have that capacity to use the money actually, or we are paying unnecessary interest on that?
So with regards to the bonds, I mean, we would start paying interest based on the timing of when the bonds get issued. So when I talk about $190 million of needs over 5 years, we would time the specific bond issuance with the need of the cash for those projects. So we wouldn't issue a $200 million bond all up front at one time. We would look at the timing of the projects and issue the bonds according to the pacing of the need spend on the projects.
Okay, so basically you'll stepwise pace it according to your needs, what we can spend on that particular years, basically, going forward.
That's
Okay,
correct.
Perfect. One other comment I would have is there's a good comparative sheet over here with the fixed parcel, land size, building size. I would strictly say we should not even think about the fixed parcel, because that brings 94% of the headache or the cost to the residents, which is not fair, because we are providing services to residents, business, everybody. So at the outset, I would say just ignore the fixed parcel tax, and I would go for a building size based parcel tax, if at all we go to that route versus go bond, because that is more proportionate, like 53, 20, 27, 53 to residents and 20% to the commercial and 27 to industrial. So that's just a comment on that. And other question, just to confirm, the CFD, we are talking about 2%, moving from $1 per night to 2%, right? That is legislative, right? It's not going for voting or some ballot measure, right? Yeah, perfect. Okay. So only voting would be TOT, that improved from 9.5 to 11.5. Perfect. Okay. Okay. And one clarification, I know it has been brought up again and again. The measure we passed for additional tax on cannabis in 2018, that measure was not to bring the cannabis, but only to tax the cannabis. It did not give the approval that we need to bring the cannabis here or commercialize. But in case we bring it, then we can charge it.
That's correct.
I
It was all
just
about
wanna
the taxing program.
That's right, because a lot of residents confused with that. Oh, it was a green light to bring the cannabis in the city. Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
I just want to make a comment. In the report that is before you for the GO bond and the partial tax, it's to receive input and to get input in terms of the direction that the council would want to proceed with. Of course, there needs to be the surveying and community engagement portion. So I would suggest we don't have to decide this evening. We'd like to hear your input. We were finishing up this slide right before closed session, and it was probably me that made the errors as I was typing the action. So I just wanted to remove some of the pressure of the council that there's still other steps that need to be taken.
These are a lot of decisions that we're making really without our polling and other things from our community, because whatever we do, so maybe we can go down the list.
One of the reasons why we brought these all together is, one, it follows the priority setting session around understanding where we're going with our revenue strategy. But second, if there is a desire to, we'll have to work with our consultants so that we can survey the likeliness of the voters. So Councilmember Shahal's question was right on target in terms of what does the finance director prefer, and he's bringing both very viable options, but the next step is to look at it through the voters' lens in terms of what the voters will support. And we'll want to test those, a GO bond with a TOT at 2%, and see what the level of support when connected on the same ballot measure. And so that's what we really want to get started with, so that from here to July, we can bring that information back and do community engagement and keep the council apprised in between.
We learned that at the 2018, when we were looking at putting a bond on, or parcel tax, a bond on, and so we did some polling at the time in terms of community projects and other things, and we got some good results, but we did get back that we weren't specific enough, that our residents wanted to make sure that they knew exactly the types of projects that we were considering. So it's really important that we look at the types of projects for this tax measure, and to make sure that it's something that our community wants and is going to support. Otherwise, there's no point. And also looking at how much, the TOT, because we're looking at a potential 4% increase, and where does that put us? And what are our residents going to tolerate on that one too? Because that's a big jump for us. I just want to make sure that while we're studying and doing all this, that there's still funding for the what's it called now, DMO? That they still have that dollar funding. So that's my question is, how long does that $800,000, what's our deadline on that one?
So the district will expire on its own on June 30th of this year. So
Okay.
that we would either need to start to move forward to move to the district management plan under the 1994 law, or we would need to come back and do exactly what we did like the year before, this year, which would allow for the continuation of the $1 per occupied room night.
What is 1% of the TID? How much is that? I mean TOT.
1% is?
Is it more or less than 800,000?
895, I think.
I want to say it's about $1.5 million for the TID, and then for citywide TOT, 1% is about $2.4 million.
I didn't understand that. Is 1%, what is 1% of the TOT? 1% is 2.30. Yeah, right. Because we would have gotten something for it. Yeah, we could have done that. Okay.
So that's for a citywide based TOT, and then for specific to the TID, 1% is $1.875 million.
So right now they're generating 800,000. 1% is 1.8 million. Is it
875
million. Because one of the things I was thinking of is because we want to make sure that we're not, by the time we go out to the ballot, that we're in the market for TOT. We don't want to be the highest. We don't want to be the lowest, but we want to be, where our citizens are going to be able to support us for that. So did you have something, Aaron, you wanted to say?
I just wanted to say, so the 2% is an estimated $3.75 million that would go directly toward the TID funding for the future. There are two phases to the staffing model. The president and CEO is just one position of multiple positions for phase one. And that 2% is critical to the future development of the DMO. If we think about the TID funding, it's very much a driving force of the convention center specifically. This is a self-assessment of the 11 hotels specifically, so it's not every hotel within the market. We need to keep that in mind. And those dollars have a direct impact to the group business within the convention center and the revenues that are directly associated with that. When we go back to JLL's consultation, their 12 to 18 month consultation, the findings and the feedback back to the city were that we need to group up the convention center to drive revenues. We just saw a presentation of all of this uncertain revenue. The 2% TID funding, self-assessment, the TOT tax, that's not uncertain revenue to the city. Not only is it absorbing the $1.5 million that the city used to fund for the TID, the new DMO will absorb all of that expense. And we can't stress enough how important it is that the council understand the impact that we're having currently to our inability to sell the convention center. If you look at our business right now, we're not in a good position. We're losing occupancy and we're losing rate. We could chalk some of that up to the economy, but the reality is this year, we're gonna lose $1 million in TOT. And we're doing that because we're not selling the destination at all. Not only that, we have other markets such as San Francisco who has a pace deficit with a brand new, beautiful convention center, and they are fishing in our backyard. as is San Jose, as are the 49ers, taking events away from our inability to fish in our own backyard. We have not been represented. We want to be represented. We have a great partnership with everyone here, but we have to move forward. We're really at a precipice where there needs to be a sense of urgency to start to sell the destination. And if there's any trepidation about TOT, the hotels are very supportive of TOT. You look at the numbers, JLL, the city, we've looked at the numbers. We know exactly where that will place us. It's not gonna position us in a place where we're uncompetitive.
Okay, my only questions were the 2% that the hotels are asking for and the 2% that the city wants to go out and put on our, on our November 2020 election. And how does that position the city? I mean, of course, we're very supportive of that, but we also have to look at the city's part of it. So we're not just looking at that individually for you, we're looking at it collectively as 4%. So that's how we want to make sure that when we go out, we're successful in
And understand,
in any ballot.
I get that.
Right.
And I obviously representing the 11 hotels of the TID, you have our support in that process. We don't want to be in a position where we're uncompetitive. And we believe that, if you do 1%, you do 2% of the TOT and it is approved, it's not going to put us in a position where we're uncompetitive and we're going to lose business. But the $800,000 that we currently have, which is a dollar assessment that we've had since 2005, it's insufficient. It won't allow us to continue to sustain. We're not even marketing it as it is, but it won't allow us to sustain the future marketing of not only the hotels. We need to understand that this is really about the convention center. This is why we have this self-assessment, because we're trying to drive events, we're trying to drive group business into the market, and we can't do that without a budget that would allow us to properly compete against our competitors. I said it before in another meeting, I'm tired of losing to San Jose. They kick our butt every year. They're taking so much business away from us, it's silly. And they have what we want, and we're here, and we're fighting for it, and we want you to believe in us and know that we're gonna bring it home.
Very good. But again, we do believe in you. You're speaking to the choir, but we have to look at the whole picture for the city's sake as well.
I understand.
It's not just you, it's all of our residents as well. So anyways, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's something we could look at in our polling as well to see 2 + 2 is 4 and how that's going to work with that, and to make sure that they have their funding that they need, or maybe we phase it. So, all right. In terms of, the other projects, so I think we should just go down and talk about giving some direction so that you can come back with us and tell us. I'll just start. I think the GEO bonds are what we have to do based on the types of projects that we're looking at and the types of funding that we need. We have so many projects, that's the problem. We have so many, but it's really the types of projects that I would like to see are any of our parks projects, our swim center, our community center, our libraries, the expansion of our libraries. These are all the types of things that our residents will benefit from. Our public safety buildings like the fire stations. I believe Cynthia's pictures, I think she did a very good job in showing us the downside of some of those fire buildings, and then some of our infrastructure. So we're going to have only so much money that our citizens are going to tolerate on that GEO bond, but I think that we have some, crucial needs at the moment. I think that's the only way that we're going to be able to fund those needs is with the bond. The community engagement strategy, I'm perfectly fine with that. I think it's great to go out to the community just to talk about the types of projects and the list of projects. You know, maybe our sewer projects may not be as popular as, you know, expanding some of our trail systems, but, you know, certainly if we can balance what we have to have with what money might be available for us. And also to be successful, because as we, last time in 2018, we recognized that we were going to have a problem, so we just backed off. So we want to make sure that we do it the right way this time. We ran out of time last time. We're going to have enough time to do it the right way. In terms of the TID funding, I hear you loud and clear that we're going to have to do something. I want to make sure that it does end up on our ballot for the 2%. That's very important to me. And make sure that the TID has funding in the meantime, but that we don't jeopardize each other on that. And then in terms of the cannabis permanent ban, yeah, I'm torn on that one. So let's start down here. Vice Mayor Karen Hardy, and then we'll go to the public too.
I'll go down the list as well. We're going to have to do something. The GO bond, because of the low interest rate, might be a little bit more palatable and help us put ahead some things that need to be done that are critical. In most cases, I would be more in favor of a parcel tax. I would like to see what the residents, but I agree with Councilmember Chahal that a fixed parcel-based tax would never work. If we were going to look at a parcel tax, I would want the land size or the building size. We're going to have to look at our most important. I do not want our streets to look like San Jose's in a terrible rainstorm where it was a river. And that's the horror. There's some things that aren't sexy or pretty or fun, but they've got to be done, and that's a storm drain pumps. Obviously, we'll need to go to our community and see what, and make the pitch to them and show them the pictures. I'm fine with the recommendation of the 2% on the TOT and the TID. For a long time, I have felt very uncomfortable with all the numbers have not shown that cannabis brings up what they think. And I would feel very comfortable with a ban, recognizing that if we ever wanted to change, that could be done. So I like staff's recommendation on that.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Neill.
Okay, one of the things, I do have another question. Maybe Ken knows off the top of his head. When do we complete the CFD for the stadium? That fee that goes, that the hotel guests are paying? When is that paid off?
So I think the original plan, there's probably 25 years left on it. However, we've been paying that off on an accelerated basis based on the room rates and the occupancy rates around there. So we've been averaging about $2 million for the last 3 years annually. So at that rate, it would be accelerated probably in the 12 to 15 year range.
Okay, all right, great, thank you. Okay, so going down the list, having been involved with both GO bond and parcel tax campaigns, and I've won both, on both types, so I have a little experience with this. My feeling that parcel tax are better for things like expenses that you incur on an annual basis, such as like paying for salaries or some smaller expenses. I don't really see parcel taxes as being as effective for this kind of capital campaign. And I think we have the evidence through, even something, well, I mean, I know that like SVP issues revenue bonds, but you can look at like Santa Clara Unified has a tremendous record history. If you manage, that was talked about, how you issue the bonds. When you're looking, you can get very skillful in when you go to market for those bonds, your credit ratings, all of that, you can really, manage that tightly so that oftentimes if you've got some really good advisors and things like that, that you don't end up impacting the community as much as they, as was mentioned, as this is what your possible impact. And of course, when you're going with GO bonds in the Prop 13 era, when we still have a lot of residents that do get quite a bit of savings from Prop 13, we have to keep telling them your bond, what you're going to owe on your property tax on the bond is going to be based on your assessed valuation, not the market valuation. And, that's something that seems to be key. The kinds of projects that the mayor suggested obviously are, the ones that tend to be a little bit more popular and people can relate to. And one of the things about roads, I think that we have been making good progress on our roads, on the surface. And, we're getting SB1 money from the state. We're getting Measure B money from VTA. We're getting, some of our other funds. So I think we are making good progress on that aspect, on the pavement condition index. Maybe not as fast as people would like, but, so I think maybe some of the other areas are more critical, like, some of the other storm drains and sewer and things like that. I do remember former city manager Batra talking about he would have nightmares at night about every pipe under the street breaking at the same time. I think the community engagement strategy and the meeting schedule that was suggested seems very appropriate. I'm okay with the TOT going up 2%. And for the TID, I would kind of like to look a little bit more. I want to give them some more money. Maybe we look at, a budget, like, okay, where would we be spending if we went from the current $1 up to 2%? And when you were talking about the mini multiples, and I realize it sounds like our lunch is being handed to us or whatever in the competitive market, but like to know a little bit more about how that would be spent. I know the mayor and I were up in Sacramento a few weeks ago, with NCPA, and I was shocked because the last time I was in downtown Sacramento, like last year, there was a convention center, and they have leveled the whole block of their convention center and are building an entire new convention center. So that was like, whoa, that was a little surprising. And so the whole thing about the
Are you suggesting we build a brand new one?
Well, that might be an idea. I think our current, Spectre has got kind of a challenge. Our facility provides some challenges, shall we say. And then on the cannabis, I know a lot of people are very much against this, but, and you're speaking this to somebody that this is about as rough as I get on anything. But as I walk and bike around the city, I'm news for you, cannabis is here. The nose never fails to tell you. So whether we like it or not, there's a lot of cannabis. That's why, part of the reason why, me, I wanted that, secondhand smoke ordinance and better controls because as more smoking of certain things is going on, it's difficult for neighbors. So I don't know that I'm ready to say for a ban because, people did vote for it. Maybe we kind of put a pause on it and see, I would hate to waste all the effort that's already gone into it. I don't, I would kind of like to know more about, like, we do have a dispensary right over, across the street from us on Coleman Avenue. I don't know that there's been, real horrible impacts in the community or, related to that. So I would be maybe say more do a pause or something like that. I think we've got a lot of other priorities that are more important, but, who knows? Maybe in this polling you say, do you favor a ban? Because like I said, I think that the percentage of people who voted in Santa Clara that voted for that state measure was pretty high. Maybe a bad choice of words. So that would be my...
Take this away.
Yeah, so... So I guess those are my thoughts for now.
So I want to comment a little. Right now, with respect to the cannabis policy, the council has implemented a temporary ban, which means that we come back on an annual basis or on a periodic basis to renew that temporary status of the ban. The moving to a permanent ban does not mean that at any time the council can undo the permanent ban and put in place regulations. So it in a sense is the pause that you're seeking. The problem with just letting the temporary ban expire is then we default into what the state regulation processes are, and then you're just told by the state law what you will do. And so this really maintains the opportunity for the city to adopt regulations when it sees fit, as well as the tax, without having for staff to have to go through the nature and track the temporary ban. And so that's the strategy behind that recommendation.
So my suggestion would put it in your polling. See what people-
Councilmember Davis?
Okay, oh my gosh, all right, Geo Bond. Community engagement strategy was fine with me. I'm all for the TOT because I know that that could be a lot of other people's money to come into our city. More importantly, the TID needs to market the destination, and they have had their hands tied for a very long time. I don't see that being an issue. I think that that is probably a high priority for me. And they better use the center what's possible, otherwise I'm gonna hurt them. Then, for recommendations for cannabis, I'm on the pause because I think we don't have the budget and the sustainability for that right now, especially with what we're facing with some loss of revenue coming from the 49ers. And as far as the infrastructure goes, I would like to see the parks. I agree with Teresa O'Neill on the master plan with the projects for the storm drain, because I think that our city is aging every day and things, I just have, I'm waiting for something to just explode. But I agree with the transportation. We do have Measure B funding, so maybe we can leverage some of that. The biggest thing that I see, and Cynthia, pictures, you're right, 1,000 words. I think we need to deal with the fire stations, historical buildings, and I know you have Courtyard in here, but an ADA plan is needed desperately. We have fallen way behind on that. And then the libraries, when you said, oh yeah, let's expand the library, when we went to sign the beam, I turned to Kathy and I said, we need a bigger library, and they didn't even put that beam up yet. It was just the amount of people that were there. And our core services, people love what we do, and we really need, and that to me is quality of life. So that's a necessity to me, and I think that would, I agree with the polling. I think the way the questions are asked, we'll see or denote what we really need to put on here. So those are my faves right there.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. I would be curious to know if the city has ever gone out for a parcel tax in making the decision. I remember my only familiarity with the parcel taxes when the school district went out for a parcel tax and, failed until
I ran the campaign.
There you go, Teresa. Then they got it right.
Or Diet Coke.
So I know it's hard to pass a parcel tax, but I would be curious. Oh, Ms. Director Lee, you know?
At least for the last 25, 30 years, we have not
Yeah.
gone for it. The most
bond.
recent, the cannabis was the last tax measure, and then prior to that, we don't have a history of going back to the ballot for tax.
Great, okay. Okay, that answers that question, okay. Then I would be happy with the GEO bond. In terms of infrastructure, types of projects, I agree with libraries. A study came out the other day saying that more people have visited libraries in 2019 than going to the movies. And the best part about that is you can go to the library and check out a movie for free. So libraries are definitely a big community asset and very important towards quality of life as well. The community engagement strategy and meeting schedule, I think, is great, and I like the idea of I know some of these have been set up in places that have been identified as places that need infrastructure improvements. I think it would be a good way for people to see firsthand why these bond measures are needed to improve our infrastructure. I have a question. The TOT and the TID, would they both go on the ballot or just one? The TOT will. Okay, thank you. And I remember in the past, I mean, I lean towards the TOT because I felt like it was, I think it's important to remember our residents and keep as much as we can away from taxes that impact our residents. So I would prefer that go on the ballot. I agree about the TID funding. We need to market Santa Clara. We've got a lot of great things going on in Santa Clara, and we need to start pushing that forward and making up for lost revenue. So I would be happy to explore that. And then regarding the cannabis, this was another tax I wasn't crazy about. I'm just going to be honest with you. And then after, but you explore, you open up, the possibilities, but the response that came back and actually even looking through the report that was submitted by the police department and based on the potential community impact, the tax revenues have not been what cities and states thought that they would be. Based on what the potential cost estimates are and what could potentially be garnered from the tax, it doesn't make that much. It's not going to make a huge dent in our general fund. And based on the report, just saying that there are increases in marijuana possession and marijuana-related incidents at high schools and middle schools and jurisdictions with commercial cannabis businesses. Honestly, I do have concerns about that, and I think we were looking at a store as opposed to the tax, or both. Like allowing a business to sell, a storefront, right, yes, right.
So the regulatory framework that we would bring forward would request feedback, would request approval of whether or not that the council wants to have storefronts, wants to have distribution facilities, manufacturing facilities. So the taxing program allows for charging businesses across the commercial cannabis spectrum. And so if we brought back a program that we would be asking for under which zones that you would want to allow these types of businesses, under what kinds of conditions, operating conditions, and licensing requirements and all of that.
Yeah, I remember you did an extensive, I remember the maps that you put together showing where they could potentially be located, and I know a lot of work went into that, but honestly, based on the reports coming back regarding the tax and that other cities and states are receiving as a result, and even how it would benefit the city overall, I think it would be more of an impact on public safety than a help. So I would be in support of a permanent ban, actually, on that. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so on the go bond versus parcel, I did some math over here. First of all, it all depends. As per the analysis I heard right now, you need a lot of money at the outset, and that I deviate towards the GO bonds. But I also looking at like 200 million GO bond will cost us $390 million. And cost of that is around $13.1 million every year. Whereas if we go with the parcel tax, the same amount of money, 13 million, we can get with $122 per 1,000 square feet of property, basically. So I'm a bit divided on, it will not cost us $390, almost the double, but then we don't have the money which we need. So otherwise I would have preferred the parcel bond. But at the same time, as Councilmember O'Neill mentioned, when we go, if we go for GO bond, we have to plan it really well so that it doesn't bring extra liability to the city. We pull it up only when we need it. And that planning, I'm not very conversant with that planning, but if we take real expert help to keep our cost of bonds low, that would be my 2 cents on that. Okay. And uses of it, as explained, like I do agree, fire, library, so many other where we can use it. So those projects needed for sure, right? No doubt about it. Coming to TOT, like even if we do 11.5 TOT 2% increase and TID of 2%, which like good thing is all the 11 partners are ready to do that. They are the ones who are giving us the money basically. So that's a good sign. They've no protest from them and they get the money. And as mentioned by Aaron, like it's a long-term investment into the community, into the whole business sphere as such. If that can give us a better return, I would say, yeah, 2% of TID. And that's a legislative process, basically not going to the voters. They are not concerned about it. And even for TOT, residents are not concerned because it's visitors are paying that tax. And with total, with CFD amount also, we are 15.5, which is brings us middle, like less than San Jose, less than Palo Alto. So we are still competitive. And if the CFD ends like, say, 2035, as mentioned, we may be paying off that amount sooner. So again, we will be at 13.5 at that time, basically. So I would highly say that 15.5 total, as mentioned, that yellow line, 11.5 TOT, 2% TID, and 2% CFD. I'm fully with that, especially with our visitors are paying that. No, it doesn't have any impact on our residents. Next is cannabis, right? Yeah, so past history, like past couple of years history is showing that it's not getting, and nowhere in the California it's probably getting any returns that it was projected to be. And looking at the cost we will be incurring, our cost will be fixed. Like if we have a $530,000 for a police cost annual right now, that will not be fixed. Rather, it will be going up if you take into account the pension things and other stuff. And we are not sure about the revenue we are generating. But I have one question on that. You know, we are getting online taxes. The tax measure which we passed, extra tax on the cannabis, does that apply on the online? Let's say somebody ships the shipment to Santa Clara. Can we apply that tax on that particular transaction?
So thank you for the question. Just some background on our online sales tax that we receive. It's administered through the state and then the funding flows through the county and then gets distributed to all the cities based on the actual retail sales tax. So to the extent that online sales tax is collected from the state through the county, that's what we would collect. As far as something on top of that, I think we'd have to explore that, but my initial gut is it would be complicated to get that.
Okay, so basically, as of today, the sales tax we are getting is as per the 9% as per our jurisdiction.
Correct.
It will not be, like to implement the extra tax is not feasible, or we are not clear about it yet.
It would be through the state and flowing to the county per the 9% sales tax.
Oh, okay, but I would like to find out if we can have a bandwidth. Let's find out if the local jurisdiction puts a additional tax, can it be collected through online transactions or not?
I think we can ask our consultant and
that would
find
be
out
nice.
some data. Yeah.
That would be great. Okay, and to keep those things in mind, like we are not getting a return what we expected, and we are getting more headaches out of it. I will be open to, like I mentioned, like we can ban it, and if need be, we can look at it at the appropriate time, bring back, like, although it's saying permanent ban, but it's never a permanent ban. If people sitting over here want to bring it back, or residents want to bring it back, they can always bring it back. I'm okay with suspension too, but it doesn't serve any purpose, like 6 months suspension. We are not much economic scenario going to change in 6 months, which we are thinking of. So to save staff time and other thing, I would be inclined towards a permanent ban on that. There is, couple of other, I wanna comment on some of the other, as per the staff report. There was a mention of employee tax, business employee tax. I know we are in middle of all these, but that's the one thing like which most of our neighboring cities are doing. And we are providing so much services to our businesses. So that's the one thing we can look on priority after we are done with this thing, basically. And that again is not impacting what the residents are paying. And I think our revenue from the businesses is, again, around less than $1 million, whereas we have a scope for like Mountain View, and Palo Alto is coming up with that pretty soon. Mountain View is will be getting around $5 million or something like that. So that's on top priority. And the other measure, which I studied a little bit after our information, East Palo Alto office tax, what they did on just on the office. That's another thing we can look at down the line. So that's one option. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I just want to remind you, Councilmember Chahal, you brought that up at our goal-setting session, and the council voted not to proceed with the business tax. So that's not part of this. That was, we put that in the parking lot or whatever we called it during our goal-setting session, but we're not looking at a business or a head tax.
I understand, Mayor, but in the report, they did mention about this thing. In this report, they did mention about business tax, other options. So I'm just putting that thing on that.
Right.
And I'm not saying we have to put it this year.
No, I'm just
2020.
reminding you, what was it, last week or the week before we had our goal-setting session? You brought that up, and the council didn't move ahead with that. Didn't vote to move ahead with that. So thank you very much. I wanted to add just a couple more things onto my list, which I said parks, but I want to make sure that we talk about Central Park North and the trails that lead to the Central Park North in that area. I think that I would like to see, put in our list of things we want to have, whether we do a bond or a parcel tax, that we are going to have the opportunity for a large parcel of land in the north side on our that we kept back on the City Place project, and we do have some seed money to get that started of $5 million, but we don't have enough to develop it into a really nice park, especially because of all the development we have out there and the density we're putting out there. But it's also an amenity for everyone out there in terms of our hotels, our businesses, and the employment centers out there as their employees use the trails and parks on, as well as our residents. So I wanted to get that out there because we didn't really talk about that. So I'm going to go to the public now. Thank you, council, for all your comments. I only have one card so far, which is Rob Jordonik. If you'd like to come forward, please. Thank you for your patience as well.
Yeah, this is on the cannabis issue. I'd first like to thank the Assistant City Manager and the Police Department for their very thorough and detailed reports. I read every word of it, and it really clearly shows that commercial cannabis is not right for Santa Clara. And I strongly, as a resident, I strongly agree with the City Manager's recommendation to do the permanent ban. I think that's the best course of action. And so I recommend that you create an ordinance to make the permanent ban. I think right now it's a temporary ban. And I just wanted to respond to Councilmember O'Neill's comments about Proposition 64. That was a statewide proposition to decriminalize marijuana usage. So like you don't put someone in jail for smoking marijuana. So people here in Santa Clara may have voted for that, but they didn't specifically vote for having pot shops in Santa Clara. So we can't use that as some kind of argument that there needs to be the pot shops here. And so as a resident, I recommend the permanent ban. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, you can just line up. If by the time I get the card, you might as well, Nick, you might as well just come line up.
Hello, Mayor, Council, Nick Caspar, Silicon Valley Central Chamber of Commerce, registered lobbyist. Tonight I'm talking about cannabis. To answer Councilmember O'Neill's question, 55.8% of City of Santa Clara voters supported Prop 64, and 67% of voters supported Measure M, which was the taxation of the marijuana. So 67% did for that. But I do have a couple questions on this topic, and I know we're going to talk about this later. The presentation stated that revenue projections have gone down. What were these projections based off of, and were they ever public projections? I know in San Jose, in 2017-18, they generated $13 million. In 18-19, they generated $17 million. San Jose is a much bigger city, but it also could be an indicator of the local market here. So if we're using statewide projections on revenue growth compared to local markets, we should probably take a look at that before, because that's showing a growth in the local market here. And I think if anybody's looked at, I think it's Airfield is one. Airfield has a line waiting out the door every time on my way home. A car is lining up down the road. It's the northernmost dispensary to Santa Clara, Sunnyvale, all these different cities, and it's booming. So I think we should definitely look at the local market for revenue indicators. Second question on this is the presentation said there was significant support for the taxation of cannabis, but mixed support on the implementation of a cannabis program. What was that conclusion based off of? Was it a public survey of the residents, because 67% supported Measure M, and if the confusion is that they thought that was to implement a program, then you would think that people would be generally saying they support the implement of a program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for those comments and those giving us something to look into. Yes, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Pat Knoop. Actually, now that I'm up here in this formal setting, I'm really glad you're moving forward with his recommendation for the little less formal get-togethers to meet the council members, because I'm nervous as hell. But
Oh, no, it's okay. Take a breath. We're fine. Yeah, you're okay. Take your time.
all right.
Yes.
But back to the issue at hand, money, and it looks like we need a lot of it.
Yeah.
And as the gentleman in front of me said, using San Jose as an example, the revenue is not chicken feed. It's a good amount of money with virtually no issues if you look at San Jose. So I think the numbers presented for enforcement are a little high, and as far as projection for revenue, it's a little low. And it's here. I mean, just because you ban it isn't going to make it go away. So why not make some revenue? It's not the same as it was. All the fear mongering in the past has been disproven. So I say take an open mind and take a look at it.
Thank you. Thank you, Pat. JP Rollet, if you'd like to come forward, and then Peter Hart after that. Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I just got shocked by your microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Well, first of all, good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. A heartfelt thank you to all of you for continuing to endure through this process, which has been grueling now for the last 18 months plus. But as Aaron put it, we certainly are on the right path. Obviously, I'm here speaking, supporting the TID increase by 2% or to 2%. And we are also supportive of the transient occupancy tax going up 2% as well. I echo many of Aaron's comments. Councilmember O'Neill, you mentioned you wanted to know what all of this money was going to do. I will remind you that we used to spend on average about $2.3 million in CVB expenditures in between the TID portion that was funded and what the city funded at the time. And I think that actually the city's consultant would be able to provide an awful lot of information about that and clarification about it. It's a 1.4 million growth, very significant amount of it being in salaries and promoting the destination, obviously. I can't help but to sense that there's some angst about whether the hotels will support a TOT increase after we pass 2%. Understand, of course, that the Tourism Improvement District is a self-assessment, and that we really bear the risk of that. The TOT, on the other hand, is kind of been known as the low-hanging fruit of taxation because it obviously doesn't terribly impact the community. If anything, it's not an adverse effect, it's a positive impact. And given the deficit that you're looking at, I'd imagine that you'd be looking forward to that as well. Thank you for your consideration of all this.
Thank you. Thank you, JP. Peter Hart, please come forward. Good evening.
Mayor, Council.
And thank you all for your patience.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll try to be brief. I know it's late.
you're
I transferred from San Francisco and started working in Santa Clara about 2 years ago next month. And it was right when the whole CVB was being dissolved and everything there. And fast forward 2 years later, and the fact that we don't have anybody promoting Santa Clara as a destination, coming from SF Travel and seeing what Team San Jose does, it's creating demand, right? And awareness of what this great city is and what you have to offer. And you brought up Sacramento and the association business and going out to have this sales force to go tell them that we have the amenities that we have in the convention center and the great hotels that we have, and trying to get those businesses here. And it's not just, we're not going to compete with some of the top tier, Moscone Center, but there's plenty of business. I was in Anaheim Convention Center last week. I mean, there's plenty of aging convention centers that they just don't know. Meeting planners don't know that we're an option. So the 2% is what we need to compete with this. And I would argue that it's hard to quantify, but that 2% that we put in trying to drive business here, that's not just the BT market that we have Tuesday, Wednesday, everybody sells out, but it's the other 4 or 5 days of the week where we need to drive demand. And so tournaments and association business, weekend business, filling that convention center that has my employees working and keeps us all working. So I've seen 1,200 hotels into my immediate comp set come in the 2 years I've been here, and it's like 3,000 or 4,000 when you include Sunnyvale and Milpitas and San Jose. So the supply has outgrown the demand. We're seeing rates in the market decline. There's a lot of uncertainty, so we have to do something to drive some business here. So I strongly urge not cutting that. The 2%, I think, Councilman, you hit the nail on the head. The residents are going to pass it because it's not a property tax, it's not a sales tax. Our visitors, our guests, are the ones that foot the bill, and it goes towards helping with the infrastructure need that's so needed.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
thank you.
I promise this is the last time you'll see me tonight.
You have 2 minutes to tell us that.
Yeah, Council O'Neill, she had asked a question about just looking at, what was the org chart, if you will, of our future plan. And JLL, who has been working tirelessly with us and the city and Spectra, put together a phasing, as I mentioned earlier. And really what that pencils out to is $3 million to start. And that's with a base marketing effort of let's call $50,000 roughly, which in the grand scheme of things is insignificant when we're trying to compete with the likes of San Francisco and even Oakland to some degree, and San Jose certainly. So we have all the information. As I mentioned earlier, if there's concerns about TOT, you very much have our support. But we need to act now. It'll be 2 years in June that we haven't been selling our business in the convention center, and Kelly's not going to be able to meet those targets. We're not going to be able to meet those objectives because we're not selling it. So, if it means that we do a year one and a year two as a concession, we do 1.5%, and then we grow to 2% as the following year. Then please take that into consideration. This is very serious to us. So thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Hello. So first, I just want to say I agree with the mayor on this was a really meaty item that probably should have been broken up. I wanted to put some concerns on the bond versus tax issue, particularly when something comes up with a bond and the initial thing is here's our deficit over the years. It makes it really feel like, whenever they talk about school funding at the state level, well, you get more school funding, well, we'll just take funds that were already allocated away to do other things, right? So kind of the shuffling of funds. However, the next part of the presentation, which was on the actual, what was deficit and infrastructure, was great. I thought that was very compelling. I just want to say that when I look at bonds as a resident, my thing's obviously infrastructure, not maintenance. I do expect any infrastructure built to have dedicated maintenance funds available, because if they don't, that's a huge problem. And I expect the infrastructure to last the life of the bond. So that would be what I'd be looking for in terms of presentations towards me. So it does look like there's a huge need for infrastructure. There I have a little bit of concern when we talk about items that are not currently funded. Like, it looks like it's not even maintenance currently funded. I go back to a story I heard from my community college teacher, 12 years ago now, something like that, of the pool where there wasn't maintenance funding for the pool, so they stopped really doing maintenance, and eventually they ended up with basically the surface corroding, and then they have to go to a bond to get a whole new pool, right? And that's like the scare scenario for bonds, is that if you're using them to substitute for maintenance. So I would really encourage for any bond thing to have here's how we're going to pay for what we're building to keep it up to standard. And then just as kind of an interesting aside, when I think about issues like what's the horror story in my neighborhood, it's not floods. Maybe it's just confidence in the city and what they can do if the floods come up. It's earthquake. I know everyone on my street has flood insurance. I don't know if everyone has earthquake insurance.
Right.
Just as a homeowner.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, so city manager, you heard our comments, and I'm wondering, all of these items, when we bring them back, I guess you'll bring it as a whole, or maybe we have just one session just on this, or a council meeting, or we break them up somehow, because they're all super important. Do we need to take action on anything, or just refer to the city staff?
So we will start the process with the survey on the bond measure, and as well as the TOT, and better understand what the voting results are there, and bring back
And throw in some
information.
cannabis if you can.
The cannabis is different, and I
Yeah,
wanted to
that's a
comment on
little
that
bit different,
because
yeah.
we are starting the community surveying in mid-March after the March 3rd election, just so that we don't conflict with that. The results aren't going to be available until June, and the temporary ban expires at the end of June, which means that we need to be before the council in April for the council to go through the ordinance readings and have the 1 month before it expires. We could try to schedule a separate survey just to better understand the data and bring that back to the council. But what I was hearing from the council, and this is where I would want the vote, is it seems as though there was support for the ban at a permanent level.
Yeah, you're probably right.
So I would like
Should
a
we-
little
do you
bit more
wanna vote on
clarification.
that?
I would like,
Okay.
yes.
All right, thank you. All right, is there a motion on cannabis? Don't all jump in at the same time.
I'll do it.
I'll do it, or either one.
I'd like to make a motion to put cannabis on a ban for right now. And how do I word that, City Attorney?
I think you'd say, give direction to staff to bring back an ordinance to permanently ban commercial activity.
Okay, my motion is to bring back an ordinance to permanently ban cannabis.
Second.
Got that, Nora? Thank you.
You can't ban cannabis, so is it the commercial sale of
Commercial
cannabis?
sale.
Madam Mayor, staff's recommendation is direct staff to prepare an ordinance for council consideration that will impose a permanent ban on all commercial cannabis activity.
That was fine.
Okay, I won't be supporting the motion. I think there's other things we can still discuss and talk about and wait and poll and everything else, so. And that passes 5-1. All right.
One other matter.
Yes.
And this is why we did bring this so quickly after the session. In order to meet the TID July 1st, as you heard this evening, that their current $1 structure expires at the end of June as well. Our plan was to bring before you in mid-March the documentation that you have to act on in order to put in place a budget for July 1st, which means that they need to go through their own voting process in terms of the assessment, so that we can bring back the results of that voting process on March 17th. I did hear an alternative proposal from the chair of the DMO of a 1.5 and then a 2. I don't know if that's the direction that the council would like to proceed, or a flat out 2%. I need some direction in terms of what you would like to ask them to pull, and so that we can prepare that for March 17th.
I would be okay with going with a 1% now and getting more information on budgeting and other things, because we're going from 800,000 to over 3 million. And I just want to be cautious, because we've had problems in the past, and not with this group, but with what went on with how the money was being spent and other things. I just want to make sure that we have a big full picture of everything, but I want to make sure that they're funded and that they can move ahead with, with what they're doing. But even going from 800 to what, 1.6 million or 7, that's doubling what they're getting now. But I'm okay with doing that now and then looking at some kind of phase for the rest of it. I'm just throwing that out as hopefully a reasonable approach.
I have a question. When Aaron said he would go from 1.5 to 2, doesn't that 1.5% take care of the executive officer for the DMO, part of that funding? Aaron? Okay, so you were willing to start at 1.5%, then go to 2, but part of that 1.5% would fund the new executive director for the DMO, correct?
It would, yeah, as well as.
So you need that money.
As well as a sales force, because that's just one person. So with the plan that was put together by JLL, we would start with a sales director, and then we would have a national sales representative and a regional sales representative that is going out into those markets and bringing back business. I do want to add too, just to clarify, the 800,000, we need to understand that the city was subsidizing 1.6 million in conjunction with that 800,000. So the annual budget historically had been 2.3 million, which arguably was under.
I'm not reopening this all now,
I'm
so.
sorry.
Okay.
I just wanted
Thank
to.
you.
But to answer that question, if I may.
Oh, we can answer, okay.
But
I really
there's
don't want to reopen this again.
But there's a
so,
relationship
thank you.
in between the candidate that you can attract and the amount of funding that you're providing. So this phasing in program may not be beneficial to the long-term plan.
I assume we're not paying the candidate $1 million or $1.6 million in salary. So, yes, okay. So I'm throwing that out as an option without having any additional information. So you all can Act on that, not act on that, come up with
Okay,
your
I would
own
rather go
option?
with the 2%. They were okay with that, but if you can give us what the 1.5% would look like, and then go to the 2%, if they're willing to do that.
Well, I would second the 2%, so I don't have a problem with that, if that's your motion.
Okay, so then I'll make a motion to look at the 2%, having Vice Mayor second my motion.
Yes, I would second.
And I'll support that because they need the funding, and we do have oversight about what they are doing, basically. So we can always check it out, what's going on, if you have proper oversight.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to vote against it just because I don't think we have enough information to approve over $3 million right now. I'm happy with going with the 1% now and getting more information for the rest of it, and see also how that affects our TOT options and what's out there in the public for our own city city measure. I'd like to put that first, so I won't be supporting the motion. City Clerk, or do you have speakers? Councilmember O'Neill, you'd like to
I
speak?
was just going to say, I would have been supportive of the 1.5 to 2, phasing, but so I'm a little hesitant to go with the 2 right off the bat.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please register your vote. And that doesn't pass 3-3. Is there an alternate motion?
I'll move that we approve 1.5% now with the option to increase it to 2% as we get more information about the funding.
Second.
I'll support that motion. Sorry, Nora, we're changing things, and you're here.
That was Teresa, Councilmember.
Teresa, and I don't know who seconded it.
Thank you.
All right, please register your vote. And that one passes unanimously. Thank you. We still want a budget. Okay, thank you. Don't get too excited. All right, now what about the rest of it? What do we do with the rest of it?
We have sufficient input to proceed with our schedule. We'll be
Okay, so
back.
do we have to take any action, like a note and file or anything else?
We're good?
Okay, very good. All right, moving on. Let's see, where are we? Okay, members, report of members and special committees. I have to say, I was supposed to bring my information on the mayor's conference. I'm going to do it next time.
I have
I'm
something.
delaying. So, Councilmember Davis?
Okay, let's see. First of all, we had our downtown revitalization meeting, and the conceptual process of development was discussed. But the one thing that I really didn't think that was done was the need for the feasibility study. So I see Manuel's not here, but the next meeting, can we have that information, please? Because I asked for copies of the, they didn't hand out a packet to the task force, the committee. They were working all day, they were kind of throwing a PowerPoint together, so it was kind of a little disheveled for me, but I asked Manuel if he could get that information back to me. Well, the feasibility study was part of what they were
Economic
supposed to do, and they
feasibility and-
didn't do. And the other thing was, when they were talking about what they were discussing that night, nobody had information, and they wanted us to give them back information, and I didn't have anything to have. And we were all looking at PowerPoints, but we were supposed to get back to them on what we thought of what was happening. So it was kind of like not planned very well, so. And I asked Manuel to get me copies, so, and to deliver to the task
I will
force.
close the gap on that.
Okay, that, and, and then we had our Leadership Santa Clara, oh my gosh. Okay, largest class ever. This is probably one of the best things that we do. I know we fund this, and we need to continue to fund it, but The attendance was phenomenal because what it does is it's a great support for our community building and Santa Clara spirit. And I just think that this program is like the heart and soul of what Santa Clara is and what it is going to become. And we kind of said that we wanted to have our future leaders come out of there, and they all agreed. So that was good. And thank you, Ben, for joining. I hope you're having a good time because it was fun. And Vice Mayor Hardy gave the delivery speech because the mayor wasn't there. So Karen, you can add on to whatever I missed.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Neill?
Yes, so I was also at that task force meeting for downtown, and yeah, and I forget the name of the urban planning firm. I think they're from LA. They had been doing like a charrette all day, and so they were camped in the council conference room, and so we were seeing things real time. So there was, I think, a lot of interest in the room, but I think what Councilmember Davis is getting at was, once again, what are these various options going to cost? Or, they were kind of trying to do that gently. I think just like the notion of like, well, it is a state courthouse, and how likely is it, are they really willing to move and all that? But there was, once again, I think a lot of interest in what was happening. And so yesterday, the mayor and I went to Millikan School and talked to all the third graders. She was highly articulate, and they were asking a lot about what is.
Maybe she relates to the third graders.
They were smart little kids.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah. They were asking a lot of good questions about local government and what all we do and what do we do versus what happens elsewhere and all that. So it was good to see that they were so interested in what's happening. And so I brought today, the last couple of days, I went to 3 of the Better Together events with the Santa Clara firefighters, and I'm now a senior, so I get Valentine cards too. So the kids from Cabrillo and Booksir make Valentine cards and take refreshments and meet with the senior citizens. And what was nice also, so I had some very interesting discussions with some of the residents and with some of the students. And it's really nice to see the students interacting better with each other and with the seniors and the comments, and everybody seemed to be having a good time. And I got some good comment. I had never been to the Bracker Senior Apartments before. That's another wonderful facility that we have here in Santa Clara. I'm checking these places out now as possible places that I may be moving to some point here. And actually at Bracker, one of the things that came up was a discussion about that seniors would like to see some other transportation options, particularly for them to get to the senior center. So, good time.
I was at Liberty Towers, and I sat down, and the students came from Booksir and gave me a card. They said, "Hello, lady, here you go. Here's a nice card." I said, "I don't live here, but thank you." But they were great. Yeah, they were great. Councilmember Hardy, did you have something? Oh, no, I don't see you on here. So,
Yep, sorry.
Okay. Do you want to speak?
Well, I did speak in behalf of the mayor not being there with the leadership Santa Clara, and it was really fun because I'm from the class of 2004, and one of the people that graduated with me was there, and apparently comes to every single kickoff.
Was that
Susie?
Susie, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, she comes to everyone. Yeah.
Amazing. And I was almost late, and it was because of my substitute not showing up, and it turned out it was because they were off handling the student who'd been hit by the car in Monroe.
Oh, my gosh.
So when I passed the fire truck as I was going out, I remember thinking, well, someone who needs help got it, and so that was kind of upsetting. And then we had a really good meeting with the neighborhood for the university. And both the mayor and I have been doing this for years and feel like we're really getting some traction from the university. It's so much better than it used to be.
Agreed. And thank you for delivering the Leadership Santa Clara opening statements. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. I was also at the Leadership Santa Clara, and Scott Summerfield said it's the first time that there's the council, the present council, every member has gone through Leadership Santa Clara.
Not me.
He said you didn't.
You weren't there.
No, I was there when we created Leadership Santa Clara,
Well,
but I
you
have not
count.
been through it. Yeah, I haven't been through the class.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, you better join
Well, I
next
wasn't
year.
there, so he was correct.
Let's see, I also attended the Korean first full moon lunar festival on Saturday, and it was nice because it was down in San Jose, and it's we presented them. I presented them with the mayoral proclamation for the Korean Community Services, and they reach out to the senior Korean population, and it was they're just so cute, and not very many of them speak English, but they just are just so happy to be there, and several other electeds were there, and what I really took away from it was just, like Susan Ellenberg was there, Chappie Jones, Maya Esparza, Dave Cortese. It was a nice collaborational effort, of cities and counties and school districts, to just come together and celebrate the Korean population. Then on Friday, I went to San Francisco and attended the Association of Bay Area Governments, which I've never done before, and it was a real eye-opening experience. And in terms of for regional housing needs allocation, and the place was packed, and there were quite a few people there from the South Bay, but people from all over the state, and Scott Wiener had been there, and Jim Beal or Jim Bell, but there was a great discussion, and I think they will also be reaching out to our own planning department in terms of just planning for the future. And one thing I learned about where I guess they have these cycles, where they plan for housing and people have to meet goals, and yeah, exactly. So it was a real eye-opening experience. I'm really glad that I went, and we'll see where it all goes. But housing is very important right now, needless to say.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep it short. So I also attended the Leadership Santa Clara opening, and a good group of people there. And I also attended the NERC meeting yesterday with the mayor and the vice mayor. Thank you. And I think the NERC meetings, we are making good progress with the collaboration of the university and students and the neighborhood. So that was my feeling. Thank you.
Thank you. And for those of you who like to climb, Planet Granite just reopened again in Santa Clara. They were in Santa Clara, they were in Sunnyvale, and now they have a second location in Santa Clara. And it's boulder climbing. So if you like to climb boulders, it's a great place. It's like 35,000 square feet, and it's on, oh my gosh, I can't think. Martin. It's on Martin. And it's a phenomenal place. They have yoga in there and all kinds of things. But I went and did a little presentation. They had an opening this Saturday. It was packed. There are a lot of people that love to climb boulders. So if you do, Planet Granite is the place. Also, they give back to our fire department's Better Together program. So we do like to, the manager of Sunnyvale is the one that gives them pizza and lets the children that have been at all these Better Together events come with the fire department volunteers, and they give back to the community. So they're a great company that does give back. So anyways, it's a great place if you have a chance to go and climb. All right, city manager report. Executive Director?
Yeah, I just wanted to reflect that the TMAC that's in your packet, I'm going to make a significant amount of changes. One, just to better balance out the next couple of meetings. Lots of items are starting to pile up, but also we will be, over the next couple of issuances, we'll be overlaying all of the different related Santa Clara project items that you'll be hearing before the end of June.
All right.
So that you'll stay tuned for those items.
Thank you. That does lead us to our adjournment, and I have 3 this evening, if you'll bear with me. The first is Marcine Connolly, a 62-year resident of Santa Clara. Marcine Connolly was born in El Centro, California, and was a beloved and active member of the Santa Clara community. In the late 1950s, she was on the founding board of directors for the Santa Clara Homestead Little League. She also became an active board member for Pony Baseball and the Santa Clara Lions football program. Marcine was a loving and gentle mother who, as a single parent, raised 5 boys on her own. Marcine touched the lives of so many people with her kind heart, generosity, and positive outlook on life. Marcine passed away peacefully on January 22nd, 2020. She's survived by 4 children, 12 grandchildren, and 14 great-grandchildren. And she's the mother of Craig Connolly, who we all know from Santa Clara Lions football. We also ask that you adjourn in memory of Tommy J. Fulcher, Jr., past local leader of San Jose, Silicon Valley NAACP. Tommy J. Fulcher was born on May 11, 1944 in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. He was the second of 10 children. At the age of 16, Tommy joined the U.S. Army. He was honorably discharged at the age of 24 due to an injury, receiving 2 Bronze Star medals. After his military service, Tommy earned his bachelor's degree in business and went on to earn his MBA from Harvard Business School. In 1981, Tommy accepted the CEO position at Economic and Social Opportunities, a nonprofit organization, and moved to San Jose, California with his wife and 2 sons. He spent the next 2 decades volunteering across Santa Clara County on nearly 24 boards and commissions. He was a well-known leader, respected in almost every sector of the community. Tommy J. Fulcher passed away on January 28, 2020, at the age of 75. He is survived by his wife, Gail, 3 sons, 3 grandchildren, 2 great-grandchildren, and 6 siblings. And lastly, we ask that council adjourn the meeting in the memory of Abigail Smith, the beloved granddaughter of Senior Advisory Commissioner Grant McCauley. Abigail was born on December 9th, 2019, and passed away on January 28th, 2020. We wish her family our best regards for this horrible loss to our wonderful Senior Commissioner, Grant McCauley, and his family. So could the council, could I please have a motion to adjourn in all of their memories?
Motion to adjourn, second.
Motion second to adjourn. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Meeting's adjourned.